Morning, everyone. My name is Junius Levi Whitaker IV. I'm a 2021 graduate of Howard's Bachelor's of History program, a 2023 graduate of Howard's Master's of History program, and I'm currently a third-year PhD student in Howard's African Studies program currently. In addition, I will also serve as the Archives and Communications Specialist for MSRC, and I will be you all's host today in our International Writers Festival. On behalf of the entire family at the Center, we would like to welcome everyone to our Day 2 of the International Black Writers Festival, hosted by Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. From our events to our clothing and our archives, here at MSRC, we pride ourselves on protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets like the festival we have curated for you this week. Our first activation of the day will be Ink and Stage Exploring Culture Through the Words of Women, a reading in honor of Aima, Aidoo. This will be the second time ever this has been performed, and it will specifically highlight scenes from the play Dilemma of the Ghost. Directed by Miss Leonette Noble, it will also feature Tyler T. Lang, Alasia Lawson, Nandi Talton, Quinn Taylor Alexandria Woods, Kennedy Hendricks, Prince Bejon, and many others. In addition, we would like to give a special thank you to Kina Likamani, the daughter of Aima Aidoo, and Her Excellency, Ambassador Jane Gasu Aheto. We will now have this amazing performance begin. Thank you so much.
The bird of the wayside, the sudden scampering in the undergrowth, or the trunkless head of the shadows in the corner.
I am an asthmatic old hag, eternally breaking the notes, whose soup alas nourished a bundle of whitened bones.
Or a pair of women, your neighbors, chattering their lives away. I can furnish you with reasons why this and that and other things have happened.
But stranger, what would you have me say about the Ondumach clan? Look around you, for the mouth must not tell everything. Sometimes the eye can see.
And the ear should hear. In the making of one scholar, much is gone. You strangers do not know.
Graduation. Well, that too isn't bad, but who's a graduate? What sort of creature is it? Why should I have supposed that mere graduation is a passport to happiness?
But if you must know, woman, I think you do get on my nerves. And since you don't think much of a degree, why for heaven's sake did you go in for one?
Don't shout at me if you please.
You keep your mouth shut if you please.
I suppose African women don't talk.
How often do you want to drag in about African women? Leave them alone, will you? Yes, they talk, but Christ, they don't run on in this way. This running tap drawl is getting on my nerves.
What do you mean?
I mean exactly what I said.
Look here, I don't think that I'll stand by and have you say I'm not as good as your folks.
But what have I said, for goodness sake?
Well, what did you mean by running tap draw? I only speak like I was born to speak like an American.
Nonsense, darling. But sweetie pie, can't we ever just talk? But must we drag in differences between your people and mine? Darling, we will be happy, won't we?
I'm optimistic, native boy. To belong somewhere again, sure this must be bliss.
Poor sweetie pie.
But I will not be poor again, will I? I'll just be sweetie pie. Huh? The palm trees, the Azure Sea, the sun, and the golden beaches.
Oh, steady, woman. Where did you get a hold of a tourist brochure? There are no palms where we will live. There are coconut trees, coconut palms though. Unless, of course, if I take you to go see my folks at home. There are real palm trees there.
Well, I don't know the difference, and I don't care neither. Coconut palms, palms, aren't they all the same? And anyway, why should I not go and see your folks?
You may not be impressed.
Silly darling, who wants to be impressed? Fine folks Eulalie Rush has herself, huh? Could I even point you to a beggar in the street as my father and mother? Can't your ma sort of be my ma too?
Sure, she can.
And your pa mine?
Sure. And all my people, your people.
And your gods my gods?
Yes.
Shall I die where you will die?
Yes, and if you want to, you shall be buried there also.
But darling, I really hope it won't matter at all.
What?
You know what, native boy?
Lily, don't you believe me when I tell you it's okay? I love you, Eulalie, and that's what matters. Your own sweet self should be okay for any guy. And how can a firstborn child be difficult to please? Eh? Children, who wants them? Eh? In fact, they will make me jealous. I could not bear seeing you love someone else better than you do me. Not yet, darling. Not even my own children.
You really sure?
Aren't you the sweetest and loveliest things in Africa and America rolled together? My darling, we are going to create a paradise with or without children.
Darling, some men do mind a lot.
Ah, look at me. We shall postpone having children for as long as you want.
But still, I understand. In
Lady
Africa...
Rush and Ato Yassun shall be free to love each other. Eh? This is all that you should understand, or that you will understand about Africa.
Silly, I wasn't going to say that.
Forget about what you were going to say.
I only hope it's okay.
It shall be okay.
No.
Act 1. It is quite dark now. The old woman totters in, supported by her stick. In her youth, she had been a short, dark, petite femme, with a will like iron. Now, though she is weak, her tongue is as sharp, if not sharper, for her 80+. She sits on one of the stools in the center of the stage. She props her chin on her stick. Presently, Otto enters from the door on the left. For a few seconds, the old woman continues sitting motionless, as she has not seen him. Then suddenly, she speaks.
I am glad you came and found me alive.
I am glad too.
And what is on your mind, grandson?
There is nothing else on my mind, Nana.
Were you thinking, nay, hoping you will come and find me dead?
Oh?
Do not be pained, my grandchild. I just wanted to trouble you a little. But go and tell your mother that if she and the others do not come early, I will be angry. Already, naughty slumber is stealing over my senses. Yes, someone has tripped in the doorway. One of these days, the people in this house will commit murder. Do they not know that if the heavens withdraw their light, man must light his own way? But no, they will let us all lie in darkness. How will he find his way around this dark place should the ghost of one of our forebears pay us a visit? But this is something one should not speak about. They say they buy cresin and pay for it with money, as if the penny will shine and light our way when it is tied to a cloth. But of course, they will say I talk too much. Are they not coming? They are now removing their pants. Are these women? I shit upon such women. When we were young, a woman cleared her eating place after the last morsel had hardly touched her tongue.
Mommy, why do not you and my uncles hurry? Nana is getting impatient.
Have your uncles Petu and Akroma come?
Yes, Nana.
Oh, the old woman again.
But what are they doing here?
Old woman, we greet you.
I respond, my royal ones. And how are you?
We are well, old one.
Akroma, how is your wife's stomach?
It is a bit better.
I notice you do not feel clear in your own inside. You people always say I talk too much. So I try not to put my tongue in your affairs. But I hope you will think of what I always say. Have we not had enough of the white man's medicine? Since they do not seem to do anything for your wife, Why do you not take her to Kofi Krom? The herbalist there is famous.
I have heard you, old one. I would put it to her people and see what they think too.
I say, what are you doing there? Why are you doing this to me?
Here we are.
Your characters are not pleasing. What were you really doing by the hearth? I thought you knew I must not sit here until the dew falls on me.
But where is our master, the white man himself, huh?
I am coming, Uncle.
But where are you sitting?
Monka, are you not bringing your brother a chair?
Igbo.
What is it?
The way some people become scholars is fearful.
What is the matter?
The master scholar was sitting upon his chair studying, so he could not move off. After all, what is he learning? The knowledge of the leopard skin?
If it had been in any other home, he, Igbo, would have seen to it that we were all seated.
But I do now know what he has done for all of you to picking him in this way.
Let us say what we cannot keep in any longer. For the day Igbo becomes like you, he will kick us all around as if we were his footballs.
Esikom, leave that child alone. For no one knows what the man of fame and honor was like when he was a child.
But, old one, we can soon know the bird which will not do well, for his nestings lay by the wayside.
Let us give him some time.
I always say you can always tell the one who is civilized.
I think you should all know that Atto was always a humble one.
Of course. He is a firstborn. Our elders hold that firstborns are always humble. Our white master, we welcome you.
I thank you, Uncle.
We have been here at home, but you...
I say...
What is it?
I say, Essie, for a long time, I have not been seeing that sheep which you are rearing in Atto's name.
As for you
Oh, I sold it.
Sold
it?
But yes,
What did you do with the money?
I have not done anything with it. It had a good market, and I thought I would find some more money and add it to give to Atto's father to pay for the bride price for its owner.
That is very good.
But women, can you not wait for us to finish what we have come here to say? The child has come from a journey. You have not welcomed him, but already you want to marry for him.
Aye, Uncle. Are you talking of marriage?
It
Do
is
with the
nothing.
money.
I was only telling your aunts that I have sold your sheep to pay the bride price for when you make up your mind to marry.
I am already married, man.
Married? You are already married? What do you mean? I do not understand.
What is her name?
Where does she come from?
Married? Who?
You must all be quiet. One must take time to dissect an ant in order to discover its internals.
Hey, so I have a sister-in-law whom I do not know.
Hey, Monka, please keep quiet.
What is all this noise about? Have you asked the child news from his journey?
Atto, when did you marry?
That is what I was going to tell you. 1 week ago.
My grandchild. So you have married. Why did you never write to tell us?
Atto, my son, who is your wife?
Eulalie.
Eh?
I said Eulalie.
Hooray!
What does he say?
Hooray! Oh, let us say, some of the names that are coming into this world are fearful.
Atto, you know that some of us did not hear the school bell when it rang. Therefore, we will not be able to say this name, this ooh. I want her real name, my son.
Mommy, this is her only name.
Oh, master, isn't your wife Fonty?
No, Aunt.
If so, what is her tribe?
She has no tribe. She does not come from Africa like we do.
She has no tribe. The story you are telling us is too sweet, my grandchild. Since I was born, I have never heard of a human being born out of the womb of a woman who has no tribe. Are you other trees which never have any roots?
Atto, where does your wife come from?
But no one is prepared to listen to me. My wife comes from America.
Oh, Essie, you have an unkind soul. We always hear of other women's sons going to their white man's country. Why should my own go and marry a white woman?
Oh, America. My brother, you have arrived indeed.
But we thought that we too have found a treasure at last for our house. What have you done to us, my son? We do not know the ways of white people. Will people not laugh at us?
But who says I have married a white woman? Is everyone in America white? In that country, there are white men and black men.
Nephew, you must tell us properly. We do not know.
But you will not listen to me. You will not listen to me. I say my wife is as black as we all are.
But how is it, my child, that she comes from America and she has this strange name?
Is that what people call their children in the white man's country?
It's not the white man's country.
Oh!
Look, I beg you all, listen. Uleli's ancestors were of our ancestors. But as you all know, white people came and took some away in ships to be slaves.
And so, my grandchild, all you want to tell us is your wife is a slave?
She is not a slave. It was her grandfathers and her grandmothers that were slaves.
Ato, do not talk with the foolishness of your generation.
Heavens, is there any reason why you should make so much fuss? All because I have married an African American? If only you knew how sweet Uleli is. Now all this racket you are putting on will bring the whole town here.
My spirit mother ought to have come for me earlier. Now what shall I tell them who are gone? The daughter of slaves who come from the white man's land. Someone should advise me on how to tell my story. My children, I am dreading my arrival there, where they will ask me news of home. Shall I tell them, or shall I not? Someone should lend me a tongue light enough with which to tell. They will ask me where I was when such things were happening. Almighty God, even when the unmentionable came and carried off the children of the house in shoals like fish, Nanakom kept his feet steadfast on the ground and refused to let any of his nephews take a wife from doubtful stock. If it is true that the last gets the best of everything, then what is this which my soul has drawn out for me?
Act 2, Scene 2. Late afternoon of the next day. Everywhere is quiet. Ato is asleep in the inner room. Uleli comes in with a packet of cigarettes, a lighter, an ashtray, and a bottle of Coca-Cola. She sits on the terrace facing the audience. She begins sipping the Coca-Cola, and as soon as the voices in her mind comes across the courtyard, later, her mother's voice is also heard. As the voices speak on, her body releases except from her mouth, which breaks into a light smile, and her eyes, which stare in front of her, dart left and right, generally expressing the emotions that her thoughts arouse.
So at last, I am here in Africa. Joseph and Mary. I hope I've done the right thing. What good fun I'm going to have here. Just reckon, I hear the cottons are exactly the thing. You hold on until I go to the shops. And anyway, supposing this is just an ugly mess that I've let myself into, what am I going to do? You've got a heart. Uleli Rush? No. Now it's over to you. Uleli Yawson. Yawson. That surely is a name. Life can be funny at times. That's what Fiona used to say. Fiona, if only you could see me now. Or is it rather if I could only see you now? Sometimes a girl just needs someone she loves and knows to tell things, to laugh with. There was no one even back in the States. Christ, Fiona, Pa and Ma. There was no one left, was there? And how can one make a family out of Harlem? Ma with her hands chapped with washing to keep me in college. I say, I never knew they had coke in these parts. Fiona would have been shocked to hear it, how we used to talk about the jungle and the wildlife. And I haven't seen a lion yet. As for his folks, they are cute. I adore the old one. His mother gives me a feeling, though. Ma, I've come to the very source. I've come to Africa. And I hope that wherever you are, you sort of know and approve.
Laylee, you shall not stop. Chicken, you must have it all.
And I had it all, Ma, even graduation.
You'll be swank enough to look a white trash in the eye and tell him to go to hell.
Ma, I ain't telling the whole state to go swing. Congress, Jewish, and white trash from Manhattan to Harlem.
Sugar, don't let them do you in.
Ma, I did it.
Sugar, don't sort of curse me and your pa. Every morning you look your face in the mirror and see yourself black. Kill the sort of dream silly girls dream that they are going to wake up one morning and find their skins milk white and their hair soft blonde like them Hollywood tarts. Sugar, the dear God made you just that black, and you cannot do anything about it.
Ma, it was hard not to dream, but I tried. Only I wish you were not dead. I wish you were right here, not even in the States, but here in this country, where there will be no more washing for you, and where, oh my. But I know you would pat me on the back and say,
Sugar, you sure done fine.
Native boy is the blackest boy you had done ever saw.
Suddenly, these drums just roll and roll. Eulalie throws away her cigarette. Her eyes pop out. She is really scared. She mutters, Christ, Christ, like a caged animal. She rushes towards the room and crashes into Otto's arms.
Hello, my sweet. What is the matter?
Can't you hear?
What is it?
Can't you hear the drums?
Are you afraid?
Aren't you afraid? I am.
Don't be absurd, darling. But I thought that was one thing which attracted you about Africa, was that there is a lot of drumming here.
Yes, but you know I didn't guess they'd sort of be like this.
Or you thought they would sound like jazz?
Sure, or rather like, you know, a sort of a Spanish mambo.
I see. Look, but there is nothing especially frightening about these, is there?
I don't know. I only thought it was witch hunting.
What?
Witch hunting.
Witch? Witch? Witch hunting. Oh my. Who put that idea into your head?
But I understand there is always witch hunting out here in Africa.
But still, why are you so scared? You aren't a witch yourself, are you?
Don't tease.
I'm not teasing, for after all, only a witch should be afraid of witch hunting. And for the rest of the community, it's just a delightful spot.
How quaint. Tell me more.
I will. But first, you tell me, how were Hiawatha and Minnehaha when you last met them?
Now you're really teasing, native boy. But I thought I would learn about all these things.
Especially witch hunting. I'm sorry. Look, I don't know much about them myself. Those were only funeral drums. But I think you must have a siesta. If you don't, you will have a nervous breakdown before you've learnt enough to graduate in primitive cultures.
Native boy.
Really? Have you been drinking Coke?
Yes.
Wow, excellent of you. I can't bear it warm.
And of course you carried a refrigerator down here.
I am sorry.
Christ, what are you apologizing for? After all, I was only feeling a little homesick, and I drank it for sentimental reasons. I could have had a much cooler, sweeter, and more nourishing substitute in coconuts, couldn't I?
I am thirsty too, but I'll have a gin and water.
Eulalie's eyes follow him as he goes to the back room, and she is still looking in his direction when he returns some minutes later with a bottle of gin, water, and a glass. He catches the look in her eye and sits on the terrace facing her.
What is what?
Well, there was such a look on your face. Were you going to say something?
Yes.
Box on then.
Ato.
Wait, are you interested?
Yes.
I beg your pardon then. Aha.
Ato, isn't it time we started a family?
Why? I thought you...
I remember. I bought the idea, but I got the feeling that things...
Women, they're always getting feelings. First, you got the feeling you needed a couple of years to settle down, and now you are obviously getting a contradictory feeling.
I hope you aren't taking it so badly.
Not at all. It's just only that I think we better stick to our original plan.
Okay. I'd better go and rest now.
Act 3. 6 months later, Saturday afternoon, Ato and Eulalie have come to spend their weekend. Her sun hat is lying on a chair in the courtyard. Children run in.
Shall I go to Cape Coast or to Elmina? I can tell, I can tell.
Where are they? Where are they? Those two urchins. Heavens, those scruffy little urchins, where are they? You people are just looking at me, where are they? I heard them. The racket of noise that they were making. Why should they come here? Eh? Where are they? Or was it a dream? That's why I hate siesta. I was, and I used to wonder too. What did it finally? Did it go to Elmina or to Cape Coast? I used to wonder. I used to wonder about so many things then. Why should I dream about these things now? Probably I am going mad. Oh, Uncle.
I heard you are come, and that is why I'm coming to greet you.
You went to the farm?
My master, where else have I to go? Since the morning has found us, we must eat. And as you know, some of us are not lucky enough to be paid, only to sit in an office doing nothing. And that is why I have to relieve the wayside herbs of their due every morning.
But my uncle, we work too hard.
You believe that. But nephew, why were you talking so hard to yourself when I came in?
I had a queer dream.
An afternoon dream? What was the dream?
I dreamt that there were two children in this courtyard singing that song about the ghost who didn't know whether to go to Elmina or to Cape Coast.
Ah, how funny.
Uncle, that boy looked just like me when I was a child.
This needs thinking about. Do not be disturbed. Although I do not like afternoon dreams myself, I will tell your grandmother and hear what she has to say about it. Did you bring your wife?
Yes, she too is resting.
I am going now. When your wife wakes up, tell her I give her welcome. I have brought some cocoyams from the farm, and I'll be sending her some by and by. Do not think too much about the dream.
Thank you, my uncle. When you go, tell my mothers that we will be coming to see them this afternoon. Hello, lady.
Hello. I heard talking here, didn't I?
My uncle came to give us welcome.
Oh, this means the whole lot of them will be coming with us?
Would you rather that we went to the Methodist school?
Lovely.
Act 3, Scene 2. 2 hours later. Essie-Combe enters from the door on the right, carrying 2 bundles wrapped in a sackcloth. She opens the door to Ato's apartment. She puts the bundle in the outer room, comes out and is closing the door when Ato and Eulalie enter the courtyard from the path.
I say, Ato, would you care to ask your mother what she wants in our room?
Hey, Mommy, were you looking for us?
I thought I would bring you 1 or 2 things, for I hear food is almost unbuyable in the city these days. And your nephews are so naughty that I knew if I did not bring them here, they would steal the snails and roast them all in an hour's time.
What is she saying?
Oh, it's only that she brought us food to take back home with us.
What kind of food?
Mommy, what did you bring?
Cannot your wife go herself and see? After all, these are all women's affairs. Or do our masters, the scholars, not know what goes on in their wives' kitchens?
Darling, will you go and check out, please?
Eulalie walks rather puzzled into their room. As she enters, she exclaims, "Sweet Jesus!"
Jesus!
and rushes out, closing the door behind her.
Darling, what is it?
Some crawling things. Anyway, tell your mother we are very grateful.
Mommy, my wife says that she thanks you a lot for all of the things.
Tell her I am glad she likes them. Now, I think I will go and prepare the evening meal. Monka will cook you and your wife some rice and stew. If you need anything, you come and tell us, or just shout for any of the children.
Accompanied by a wave of the hand, Eulalie waves back. The moment she is through the door on the right, Eulalie rushes to close it. She rushes back into their room and brings out the sack bundle. She is crossing toward the path when Otto stops her.
Oh, what is all this?
Those horrid creatures, of course.
Where are you taking them?
Throwing them away,
Oh,
of
what
course.
rubbish.
What do you mean, what rubbish? If you think I'm going to sleep with those creatures, then you are kidding yourself.
How can you just throw them away just like that? Haven't you seen snails before?
My dear, did you see a single snail crawling on the streets of New York all the time we were in the States? Anyway, seeing snails and eating them are entirely different things.
But at least I could give them to my mother to cook for me alone.
And give them the opportunity to accuse me of unadaptability. No, thank you.
She wrenches the bundle from Otto, and as she turns off, Monka opens the door on the right. Her eyes take in this scene. Eulalie hurriedly dumps down the Sacknary path. At the same time, Monka disappears, closing the door on the right behind her. Eulalie and Otto just stare at each other.
Mommy! Otto's morning sunshine has thrown away the snails you gave them.
Who informed you?
Is it true that your wife has thrown away the snails I brought?
She does not know how to eat them.
And what, my son, do you not know how to eat them now? What kind of men are you growing into? Are your wife's taboos yours? Rather, your taboos should be hers.
Yes, you went and you told Mommy, eh?
Hey, don't take your troubles off me. Have you seen me here this afternoon?
These days, the rains are scarce and so are snails. But the one or two I get for you, you throw away?
Wait, but you lady.
Oh, that's the golden name.
Yes, wary. What does my lady say today?
She reminds me of the lyrics from that song, you know. She is strange. She is unusual. She would have done murder had she been a man. Oh, but to prevent such an outrage, they made her a woman. What's a female?
Wary. All the time I have been quiet as if I were a tortoise. But I have been watching, hoping that things would be different, at least in this house.
Mommy,
What?
This is only a small affair. But what are you trying to say now?
What am I trying to say now?
Oh, if the fiber hadn't scratched now, it certainly would not have cracked.
If you listen, you will hear what I want to say. This is not the first time I have fallen into disgrace for bringing you things. Only it is my own fault. I should have learned my lesson. The same thing happened the day I came to visit you at Accra.
Are you still harboring this grievance?
Do not annoy me, please. How can I forget it? I had traveled miles to come and visit you and your wife. And if you threw my gifts into my face and drove me out of your house, how can I forget it?
Mommy, you make me too unhappy.
Listen to what he is saying.
We asked you and Monka to stay, but you insisted on coming back.
There are two kinds of offers. One which comes right from the mouth and the other which falls from the lips. And yours, my brother, fell from your lips.
I had thought I would do as other women do. Spend 1 or 2 days with my daughter-in-law, teach her how to cook your favorite meals. But as if I was not noticing it, neither you nor your wife bothered to give us seats to sit on or water to cool our parched throats.
No, I remember that Monka drank water.
I begged for it.
How can I then sleep in a house where I am not welcome? Where did you throw the snails?
Here they are.
Bring them. At least we shall find a beggar to give them to.
As for the Boza Kinky, they are uncountable.
The tears I have shed.
I mean, must you go on in that way?
Keep quiet, my son, and let me speak now, for something has pricked my wound. After all their fuss, she is poorer than ever before.
Even I should not be such a pitiable creature. After all, my brother is a great man. I remember the time he was preparing to go to the white man's land and where he went to take up this great wonder. The money. This is something one should hear nothing about. A great part of the land was sold, even that was sufficient for nothing. Finally, the oldest and most valuable of the family heirlooms, Kentis, and golden ornaments which none of the younger generations have ever seen before, were all pawned.
For what do I still trouble myself, giving unacceptable gifts? I cannot get a penny to pay the smallest debt I owe, where we must have what do they call it?
I mean, is it not enough? Just give me time to work.
No, my son, I shall speak. You have been back a long time yet. The vulture, right from the beginning, wallows in the soup he will let. Have your Hueri got all her machines now? Oh, the name keeps buzzing in my head like the sting of a witch bee.
We are going, Otto. We wish you and your morning sunshine a prosperous marriage.
Now you have succeeded in making some trouble for me. Will you not congratulate yourself?
Eulalie continues to puff her cigarette. After what seems to be a long time, she puts the cigarette down, stamps on it, and cries.
Blast!
And gets up and to go into the room. Otto comes out of the courtyard and, following the path on the left, walks ever so slowly into the night. Another 6 months later.
It was a couple of days ago that we met. What came out of the meeting is what we must come and ask you. And your wife, what is preventing you from giving your grandmother a great-grandchild before she leaves us?
Oh?
We are asking you to tell us what is wrong with you and your wife, so that first we will wash our stomach with this, then pour the libation to ask the dead to come and remove the spirit of evil around you, and pray them bring you a child.
Good heavens!
Have you got anything more to say? When two people marry, everyone expects them to have children. For men and women marry because they want children. Or am I lying, nephew?
Oh, no. How could you be lying? It is very true.
Therefore, Otto, if they do not have children, then there is something wrong. You cannot tell us there is nothing wrong. There is no disease in this world, but it has a cure. It may cost a great deal, but money is worthless if it is used to seek for people. If it is your wife.
Well, why do you say that it is my wife's fault?
Oh, my witness is your uncle Akrama here. Akrama, you heard me. Did I say that it is his wife? All the words which came out of my mouth were, if it is your wife. How can I say it is your wife?
Oh, no, Petu could not have said that. How does he know? He's not in your marriage.
What sin would you have committed even if you said that?
I am very quiet.
Who does not know that she smokes cigarettes? And who has not heard that she can cut a drink as well as any man?
Heavens!
Native boy, what did they say? Ato, what's the matter?
They came to ask us why we have not yet started a family.
And you did tell them.
Nothing.
What do you mean by nothing? I should have thought the answer to that question is very simple.
Would say that we are displeasing the spirits of our dead ancestors and the Almighty God for controlling Beth.
You knew all this, didn't you, my gallant black knight? Now you dare not confess it before them, can you? Oh God, what an awful mess.
Act 5, the next morning. Church bells are ringing in the distance. It is Sunday. Ato comes in weaving and mourning a cloth. He is attending a Thanksgiving service of a cousin, 4th removed, who had died the previous year. He walks up and down, obviously irritated.
Really, how long does it take you to put on a dress? We are going to be late. Really, am I to wait here forever?
If you must know, darling Moses, I am not coming along.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Or don't you understand English neither?
I am waiting for you. And if we aren't there by 9, the place will be full, and I would not care to stand through a whole Thanksgiving service.
Of course, you only have come back here to sleep. I would only, I repeat, I ain't coming. Or are you too British? You cannot hear me lingo.
Lily, you have been drinking.
Sure, Moses.
Oh my God, again?
Poor darling Moses. Sure, I've been drinking, and on a Sunday morning. How dreadful, but surely, Moses, it ain't matters on which day a girl gets soaked, huh?
Lily.
Yeah, this is just what your beautiful wife has come to. Soaking on God's holy day. My Lord, what a morning.
Sweetie pie.
Ain't you going to say, poor sweetie pie? Ain't I poor here as I would have been in New York City? You lady, my people say it is not good for a woman to take alcohol. You lady, my people say it is not good for you to be pleased to smoke. You lady, my people say, my people, damn rotten of a people, Moses. Who married me, you or your goddamn people? Why don't you tell them you promised me we would start having kids when I wanted them,
They won't understand.
And so you make them think I am incapable of having kids to save your own face.
No, it isn't that.
And then what is it?
They simply won't understand that one should begin having children only when one is prepared for them.
Sure not. What else would they understand but their own savage customs and standards? And of course, you should have known that. Have they appreciation for anything but their own prehistoric existence? More savage than dinosaurs with their snails and their potions. You afterwards told me, didn't you, that they wanted me to strip before them and have my belly washed in that filth. What did you tell them I was before you picked me up? A striptease? Go weep at the funeral for a man that you never knew. These are the things that they know and think are worthwhile.
Look here, I will not have you insult
my people. Add it, Moses. I shall say anything I like. I am right tired. I must always do things to please you and your folks. What about the sort of things I like, I didn't think they got any meeting in this rotten land.
When in Rome, you do as the Romans do.
Oh, I thought you could do better than cliches since you can't preach so well. Can't you preach it to your people to try to just have a little bit of understanding for the things they don't know?
Shut up! Shut up! How much does the American Negro know?
Do you compare these bastards, these stupid, narrow-minded savages with us? Do you dare?
Act 5, Scene 2. It is midnight of the same day. Ato stumbles from the path into the courtyard. He can barely see his way, but it's very dark. As he comes along, he cries, "Mommy,
Mommy,
Mommy,"
mommy!
and goes to stand behind the door on the right. Ato gets up and starts pounding on the door again,
Mommy!
and at the same time keeps calling his mother. Etikom opens the door and comes out. Ato stares at her as she starts speaking.
Hey, what has happened that you wake folks from their beds? Is it very serious? Shall I go and call your uncles? Why did you and your wife not attend the Thanksgiving this morning? Where did you go? All the food we reserved for you is cold. Is it the custom of educated people not to bid goodbye when they are leaving people?
It is not that. Eulalie is gone.
Where is she gone to?
I do not know.
Or is she gone to your house in the city?
No, I am coming from there.
Then where can she be? We thought the two of you went away together.
No.
But why should she behave in such a strange way?
I slapped her.
You slapped her? What did she do?
She said that my people have no understanding, that they are uncivilized.
Is that it? My child. And why should your wife say this about us?
I do not know.
But do you ever know anything? I thought those who go to school know everything. So your wife says we have no understand and we are uncivilized. We thank her. We thank you too. But it would have been well if you knew why she said this.
I only asked her to come to the Thanksgiving with me, but she refused.
And will she not refuse? I would have refused too if I were her. I would have known that I can always refuse to do things. Her womb has receded, has it not?
Her womb has not receded.
What are you telling me?
If we wanted children, she would have given birth to some.
Everyone should come and listen to this. I have not heard anything like this before. Human beings deciding when they must have children. Meanwhile, where is God? Yet only a woman who is barren will tell her neighbor such a tale.
But it can be done.
Yo, if it can be done, do it. But I am sure any woman who does it will die by the anger of the ghost of her fathers. Or at least, she will never get the children when she wants them.
Mommy, look, in these days of civilization...
In these days of civilization, what? Now I know you have been teaching your wife to insult us.
Oh, Mommy.
Is this not the truth? Why did you not tell us that you and your wife are gods and you can create your own children when you want them? My son, you have not dealt with us well, and you have not dealt with your wife well in this. Tomorrow I will tell your grandmother and your uncles and your aunts about all of this, and I know they will tell you that.
At this point, Eulalie enters from the path on the right. She is weak and looks very unhappy. She nearly crumples in front of the courtyard while Ato stares dazedly at her. It is Etikom who follows Ato's gaze. Seeing her, rushes forward to support her on. After a few paces into the courtyard, Eulalie turns as if to speak to Ato, but Etikom makes a sign to her not to say anything, while she herself continues to address Ato.
Yes, and I know they will tell you that before the stranger should dip his finger into the thick palm nut soup. It is a townsman must have told him to. And we must be careful with your wife. You tell us her mother is dead. If she had any tenderness, her ghost must be keeping watch over all which happened to her.
And with that, Etikom supports Eulalie through the door that leads into the old house. Ato merely stares after them. When they finally disappear, he crosses to his own door, pauses for a second, then runs back towards the door leading to the family house. stands there for some time and finally moves to the middle of the courtyard. He looks bewildered and lost. Then suddenly, like an echo from his own mind, the voices of the children break out.
Shall I go to Cape Coast or to Elmina? I can't tell, I can't tell.
The voices gradually fade, and the lights dim on him, gradually too.
From Aidoo's estate, her daughter. So this was a great privilege, and the ambassador from Ghana was tuning in today.
Before we wrap up, I just would like us to give another round of applause to the one and only Ms. Lena Noble. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Shall I go to? Oh, he turned off my mic.
Networking lunch next door.
It's invite only. Should we go? Suddenly.
Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Junius Levi Wigger IV, and I'm a 2021 graduate of Howard's Bachelor's of History program, a 2023 graduate of Howard's Master's of History program, and am currently a third-year PhD student in the African Studies program at Howard as well. In addition, I serve as the Archives and Communications Specialist for MSRC, and I'll be our host for today's event. On behalf of the entire family at the Center, we would like to welcome everyone to Day 2 of our International Black Writers Festival, hosted by Moorland-Spingarn Research Center at Howard University. From our events to our clothing and our archives, here at MSRC, we pride ourselves on protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets like the festival we have today, and through our different events and books that you see in the back. To keep up to date with our events and news, follow us on Moorland HU at Instagram, and also feel free to engage in our website at msrc.howard.edu. Our second activation in our festival today will be Gordon Parks, a poet and his camera. First and foremost, we would like to give a special thank you to the Gordon Parks Foundation for their partnership and collaboration with this event and our current exhibit that you can find in our museum. I would also like to furthermore, highlight the moderator of the event, Dr. Melanie C. Harvey. Dr. Melanie C. Harvey is an associate professor of art history in the Department of Art in the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts at Howard University. She earned a BA from Spelman College and pursued graduate study at Boston University, where she received her MA and PhD in American art and architectural history. In addition to serving as a coordinator for the art history area of study at Howard, she has served as the programming chair for the James A. Porter Colloquium of African American Art and Art of the African Diaspora at the university since 2016. In addition, she's also the curator of our exhibit, Temples of Hope, Rituals of Survival, Gordon Parks, and Religious Culture. Without further ado, I will have Dr. Melanie C. Harvey start our panel.
Thank you so much for that generous introduction. And I am actually the convener of this panel. We are happy to have the program director from the Gordon Parks Foundation will serve as our moderator. But to open the panel, I would like to share a brief reflection. The argument could be convincingly made that Gordon Parks, through visual and literary expression, was one of the most visible American storytellers of the mid-20th century. In 1967, 2 years after the publication of his landmark autobiography, A Choice of Weapons, Gordon Parks published his second book, Gordon Parks, A Poet and His Camera. The book placed his photography alongside 20 poems penned by Parks, positioning Parks as another groundbreaking visual artist who advanced the modernist photography book tradition. Although Parks is popularly known as a photographer and filmmaker, Parks was truly a Renaissance artist who exhibited innovative experimentation across both the fine arts and literary arts. From his first journalistic unpublished essay for Life magazine in 1953 on Chicago's Metropolitan Missionary Baptist Church, through to his final memoir in 2005 entitled A Hungry Heart, Gordon Parks consistently refined his modes of storytelling to center the human experience and elevate often marginalized voices. So today, the Gordon Parks Foundation continues to celebrate Gordon Parks' extensive literary legacy and his sustained collaboration with literary editor Genevieve Young through the Genevieve Young Writing Fellowship. In 2023, I had the honor and privilege of serving as the 2023 Genevieve Young Writing Fellowship for the Gordon Parks Foundation, as well as Howard University. The exhibition currently on view across the hall in the Howard University Museum, entitled Temples of Hope, Rituals of Survival, Gordon Parks and Black Religious Life, and the accompanying book were the result of the support and research resources I was provided access to as a young fellow. So today we are elated to bring together all of the past recipients of the Genevieve Young Writing Fellowship. along with McCall Raz-Russo, the Gordon Parks Foundation Program Director and editor of the Gordon Parks Foundation Steidel Book Prize publication. We hope to offer brief consideration on Gordon Parks' literary contributions and his dedication to storytelling. So please allow me to introduce our moderator. McCall Raz-Russo is Programs Director at the Gordon Parks Foundation and the editor of the Gordon Parks Foundation Steidel Book Prize and Book Prize publications. She is editor of and contributor to Devin Allen, Baltimore, published in 2025, Jamel Shabazz, Albums, published in 2023, and Ralph Ellison, Photographer, published in 2023. Previously, she was the David C. Sarah Jean Rutenberg Associate Curator of Photography and Media at the Art Institute of Chicago. McCall will be joined by three panelists. The first, Nicole Fleetwood. Nicole Fleetwood was the inaugural 2023 Genevieve Young Writing Fellow. She is the inaugural James Weldon Johnson Professor at New York University's Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. She is also the curator of the groundbreaking exhibition, Marking Time, Art in the Age of Mass Incarceration. In 2021, Fleetwood was awarded a MacArthur Fellowship. Following Dr. Fleetwood, we will hear from Dee Watkins. Dee Watkins was the 2024 Genevieve Young Writing Fellow. He is assistant professor in the Yale Gordon College of Arts and Science at the University of Baltimore. Dee is a renowned author and cultural documentarian, providing context and perspectives on a wide range of topics, from sobriety to the visual culture of Baltimore. Dee Watkins received the James Beard Media Award in 2024 for his essay on sobriety, published in Salon. And finally, we'll hear from Salamisha Tillett, the 2025 Genevieve Writing Fellow. She is currently the Distinguished Professor of Africana Studies and Creative Writing at Rutgers University at Newark, and contributing critic at large at the New York Times. She is the author of In Search of the Color Purple, The Story of an American Masterpiece. She was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for Criticism in 2022. So without further ado, I think we'll have our moderator, McCall, come up and open the panel for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is so wonderful to be here. It is incredibly exciting to have all of our Genevieve Young Fellows in one room. And this is a really important event for us at the Gordon Parks Foundation to be able to celebrate Gordon Parks with the exhibition next door, and now with this event here that really speaks to his legacy. So as Melanie just mentioned, writing has always been central to Gordon Parks' career. Many of you probably in the room know him through his photography, much of which, great examples of which are hanging up next door. But alongside that work with photographs, with film, with music, he also wrote in a range of fields. He wrote journalism, novels, memoirs, screenplays, and poetry. And what was incredibly unusual about his approach to writing is that it came through his photography. His very early writings were, in fact, journalism. He was asked to write and contribute text to accompany his photographs. And I cannot stress enough how unusual that is for any photographer. And he really understood how to work with that and how to use it and how to have it amplify his photographs. And writing became among his most personal forms of expression. And he explained this in the foreword to his 1971 book, Born Black, which actually was the first time that his photographs for life were united with his writing. He picked a total of 9 series that he was assigned to do for life, and he paired them with writing that he was also commissioned to do, but in some cases either were not published in full or not published at all, or just selections from them. And in that foreword, he wrote, "My own background has enabled me, I hope, to better share the experiences of some other Black people. I do not presume to speak for them. I have just offered a glimpse, however fleeting, of their world through Black eyes." And his best known work as a writer came in 1963 with The Learning Tree. It was a semi-autobiographical novel about Newt Winger, a black boy growing up in segregated Kansas. And just a few years later, he adapted it into a Hollywood feature film, and he became the first African American to direct a major studio production, which he also wrote and scored. And he followed that with his autobiography, A Choice of Weapons, and throughout his career produced other volumes of essays, memoirs, and poetry. I think there are about 20 total. And what makes Parks's approach to writing remarkable, as I hinted at earlier, was his ability to allow words and images to work alongside one another, not one in service of the other, but each amplifying and deepening the other. And it was something that was taught to him early on in his career and was deeply ingrained in him through his early work with Ralph Ellison, who approached photographs and film the same way. And so in 1962, while he was working on The Learning Tree, he met Genevieve Young, who was the editor assigned to that book. Jean was a legendary editor and writer who became Gordon's collaborator, his former wife, and eventually the executor of his estate. Over the course of her career, she was a true publishing powerhouse. She shaped not only Gordon's work, but also that of other many major authors, ranging from Henry Kissinger to Ira Levine. And later in her life, she played a central role in creating the Gordon Parks Foundation itself. And after her passing in 2020, the foundation established the Genevieve Young Fellowship in Writing to honor her legacy. And each year, the fellowship awards a grant to a writer working in art history, journalism, literature, or other related fields, echoing the wide-ranging ways Parks himself worked with words. And so our panel today brings three, but technically all four, I'm going to count you in, Melanie, of these remarkable fellows. And you heard how incredible the work is, and you'll hear about it more in just a few minutes. But I also wanted to mention that beyond them being Genevieve Young Fellows, these four actually have so much in common, and in terms of continuing Parks's legacy, and that is they approach creative labor as testimony and advocacy, using writing and art to confront injustice, to reimagine community, and to make space for individuals and ideas that would otherwise be obscured or denied. And so before we turn to their presentations and to our conversation, I'd like to close with Genevieve Young's own words. In 1967, as Parks was preparing A Story for Life about an impoverished Harlem family, the Fontenelles, Jean wrote to him with advice regarding the text that he was asked to write that would accompany his photographs in Life magazine. And she wrote, "The camera can show with unparalleled vividness the facts, the present, the tangible, but only words can convey the web of thought of emotion, the influence of the past and the fears and hopes for the future, all the things that go into the way an individual faces his world." And her final advice to him, show, not tell, dramatize, not lecture. And so with those words in mind, I'd like to invite our panelists up for their brief presentations. And the guiding ideas for the guiding questions that we were all posed in approaching this presentation, the conversation that will follow are, what lessons in creative writing and storytelling does Gordon Parks leave us with? And how do his words expand the ways we visualize Black American life? So keep that in mind, and we'll return to those questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This is a beautiful crowd. I'm delighted to be here. I'm honored to be here. Last time I was at Howard was 2019, and Dr. Harvey had invited me for the Porter Art Symposium. And we had no idea how much the world was going to change after that, right, due to COVID. And so after that, for a few years, the symposium was hybrid. So I'm glad to be back here. I'm glad to be in person with you all. I'm delighted and honored to be on the panel with the other recipients of the Genevieve Young Award. And I am so honored to be able to talk about Gordon Parks, one of my favorite people to talk about on this planet. He's no longer here, but I love him. I've been inspired by Gordon Parks since I was a young person, and I saw the first image of him, and this like debonair photographer. He'd always have his camera with him. He was an aesthete. He thought about, not just image, but fashion, and really presenting Black Americans with so much dignity. I was invited by the Gordon Parks Foundation to write about Gordon Parks on a couple of occasions, and one opportunity really has stayed with me, and that was the first time I wrote about Parks, and it was about a series of images of crime that he was commissioned to do for Life magazine in 1957. And I chose to talk about this today because I think what he's doing with his camera is such an important form of storytelling that disrupts dominant narratives of criminality and the criminalization of Black people. So Life magazine at the time in 1957 wanted to do an issue about the, quote, rise of crime. And any criminologist will tell you that, like, these ideas about crime rising, I mean, of course, we can look at statistics and we can talk about statistics, but often it's political. When we talk about, we have to call the federal, have the army or the military intervene in a city because crime is on the rise. This is all political. And so you see in 1957, in mainstream news, a story starting to go around about the rise in crime, and this is at the time when there's some civil rights gains. You also see at the time that it's a time when there's continued to be a migration, the great migration of Blacks from the South to the North. So there's a story of fear that's being created, especially in a broader white public, around literally ideas that show up in federal papers, quote, Negro infestation. So he was asked to document specifically Chicago, and I think he may have gone to other cities, but much of the images focus around Chicago, and to partner with the white journalist named Robert Wallace, who wrote the narrative. And when I was given the archival images, some of these images appear in life and some of them don't appear in life, I was just really struck by how different the narrative is, the words, the text, and the images. And so it gave me an opportunity to think about this also in the context of the work that I do. I don't know how to move. Okay, great. The work that I've been doing for the past 15 years, which is on art and mass incarceration, and thinking about the ways that incarcerated people use visual modalities to challenge stereotypes and ideas about their worthlessness around, that perpetuate ideas around Black criminality and deviance. And so I see, the work of Parks is really like a kind of earlier seed in using the camera, as he says, as a tool, as a weapon to challenge these inequalities. And so I want to talk about some of what's happening kind of technically with his photographs. And I'm going to be very brief because I'm really here to be in conversation with the rest of the panelists and also to be in conversation with you all. So what's happening in the text, I just want to read part of what Robert Wallace says to kind of give you a sense of how Parks's work is challenging the actual text. So the expose on urban crime in the 1950s opens with a foreboding warning to readers that, quote, the nation was facing a catastrophic wave of crime. Wallace, the writer, continues, from almost every major city in the past year have come frightening reports showing not merely an increase in the number of crimes, but a dreadful shift, it seems, in their nature. Incredible brutality is the prime characteristic of contemporary murders. The vandalism of juveniles is no longer understandable, even to the most indulgent and self-minded adults, but has become savage and wanton beyond belief. And so you have also this early language of the kind of language that the Clintons were using, right, to talk about young super predators, right? So this is, 50 years prior to that. And it goes on throwing up statistics to talk about this. The article is titled "In the Atmosphere of Crime." And so what the article focuses on a lot of statistics, and then you see these images by Parks that are all color photographs. There's a few black and white. And instead of focusing on this idea of like a criminal subject, he focuses on police. Right? He focuses on police because he understands that crime, by its very definition, is something that exists in relationship to the state and in relationship to policing. What we know now in 2025 is the more contact anybody has with the police, the more likely they're going to end up criminalized and in prison, right? And so these are neighborhoods that are heavily criminalized and heavily policed. What also to me is really, really important about the work is that Parks, almost in very few of the images does he even give like a suggestion of the identification of a suspect. He shows us the face, he focuses in on the police, and he often shows the kind of level of violence that is involved in policing, right, to make an arrest. Most of the people who are being arrested in these photographs are people who are suffering from a public health crisis that occurred in the 50s and is occurring now, and that's opioid use disorder. So most of the people who are being arrested are literally people who are are shooting up, or they're committing low-level crimes to support a public health crisis, which is addiction. This is one example of a photograph he took of a criminal suspect, right? And so the dignity of this person who's suspected of a crime, has not been committed of a crime, is not revealed. But you do see the weapon, and you do see the sense that, we're in an area of precarity. There's another where you don't see the suspect, but you do see the police officers. And then he ends by showing kind of like the results of police work, which is overpopulation of prisons. And he also ends, he continues doing this work by going into one of these prisons as a person who's been convicted of a crime is about to be executed, right? And for him, it's a kind of righteous witnessing as a critique of the death penalty. So I'm gonna end right here.
Little taller, just this much. So I don't have a speech prepared, but I'm very happy to be in this space and share this time with you. And thinking about the question presented, thinking about Gordon and what he's meant to me. So I'm gonna tell you how Gordon Parks, a person I never met, changed my life. I was on YouTube one day. I saw this documentary called Half Past Autumn. And Half Past Autumn, it was a retrospective, but it was a documentary that where they just went over his body of work, his life story and his body of work. This dude played basketball. Thought I could play basketball. Got into some trouble, I mastered that. And later in life, like me, he found his passion. And when I first saw it, it didn't really hit me how I thought it would hit me because I wasn't a writer. And then when I became a writer, I went back to that film. And I went back to that film because what he showed me was what it actually takes to make it in any of these industries. There is so many reasons you can come up with to avoid writing. It is very easy to not write. It is very easy to dream about anything and not do it. And watching that film, you should watch the film. It's literally, I'm not trying to take money from the foundation, but it's like, it's free. It's free on YouTube. You should watch it. He went to the movies one day, right? And this is how funny life is, and this is why I always tell people to just keep going and keep trying and never quit. He went to the movies one day, and he saw a film, and the guy who actually made the film, he was in the theater, and he stood up. He had like a nice little suit on and a jacket, and everybody clapped for him. And Gordon said, "Oh, I like that. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna go get a camera so that people can clap for me." This is literally what he says out of his mouth in the film. And it happened just like that for him. And it happened just like that for me. I was in a hospital. I had an injury from my old job, a small bullet fragment that was making me walk a little silly, and they was plucking it out my leg. In that hospital, I met this nurse. And this is the most beautiful nurse in the history of nurses. This is like Beyonce and nurses just floating in the room. And I'm kind of old, so they didn't have like iPads and all that. This is back when a nurse had like a clipboard, you know what I'm saying? So she come in the room and I straight like, "Yo, hey, can I get your phone number?" And she's like, "I don't date thugs." I'm like, "What?" She said, "I don't date thugs." I said, "I'm not a thug." She said, "Everyone who comes to see you smells like weed." I said, "They have cataract." Again, I'm older, so this is before there was dispensaries on every corner. So she doesn't give me, I didn't get her number, right? But, however, she came back to my room later that night and she gave me a book and she said, "I would like this book. This book is about thugs." And I thought it was a joke, but I'm in a hospital. I got this bullet taken out and I'm ready to get out there. And I had, at this time, I had good insurance now. This time, my insurance wasn't so good. So back in the day when you had bad health insurance, you only get like 2 channels and like a slice of bologna and like water. Like it's rough. But she gave me this book called The Coldest Winter Ever, and I read it in like a few days. Like I can, now it's my business. I can read whatever. I can read a lot in a day, but at this particular time, I wasn't a reader. So I read the book, and that started my journey. It was that random. I never saw this nurse again. I mean, maybe she went on to be like, I don't know. She grew up to be Michelle Obama. So I don't know. I never saw this nurse again. But I do know that I read everything that Sister Souljah ever wrote. Everything she ever wrote, and I found out different people, her contemporaries, and different people that that inspired her. So I'm reading Zora Neale Hurston, I'm reading Toni Morrison, I'm reading James Baldwin, and then I'm discovering the Beat Poets, On the Road, Neck and Lunch, and all of these different stuff. And I'm sitting in the middle of my housing projects reading The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky. And and people walking through my block like, "Yo, what The Idiot? What is this book about?" And I'm like, "Yo, it's about you." And and I say all that to say my career was a mistake. It was totally random how it happened, because if I'm in a different hospital at a different time, or if I don't get shot as a teenager because another dude was jealous of me because of another girl in a different time, I'm not even in that space. And when I say I connect to Gordon because of the idea of what it takes to make it, I'm gonna just give you a really, really quick publishing story, and then I'm gonna get off the stage, because this is what it takes to make it in this industry. This is what it is in this industry, especially when you're going there wearing this skin. This is this is the reality that we have, right? It took me about 1.5 years to get a literary agent, right? I'm like 8 books in right now. I published like over 800 articles. I wrote for television. I wrote a lot. I do it literally. I'm gonna do it when I leave here. But at this particular time, my agent, she was trying to sell my memoir, a book called The Cook-Up, and it was like, based on my story or whatever. And she couldn't sell it. And it took me a long time to get her, but then it took her like 2.5 years to sell this book. And she finally found a publishing company, Grand Central at Hachette, who was willing to publish the book. And they invite me to New York for a meeting. And you know, I'm still living in public housing. I'm coming out of East Baltimore. We going to New York, man, my homeboy, we driving 1,000 miles an hour. My heart is pumping through my jacket because I knew, you know, it's about to happen for me. And we have this meeting. And well, first, before I had the meeting, they left me sitting in the hallway for like 3 hours. So this is just, you know, but again, Gordon didn't quit. You know, I didn't quit. I said, okay, cool. I'm gonna sit here 3 hours. Secretary came out and said, oh, you should leave. It's so disrespectful that they would do you like this. And she didn't know I didn't have anywhere else to go. You know, I was working at a high school in Baltimore, Friendship Academy. It's like, I don't even know what my teaching role was. Like, they just changed every week. It's like one day I'm on algebra, the next day I'm on social studies. It was a check. So I get the meeting, and as soon as I walk in the room, the editor, she said, oh, you're from Baltimore. You're like Snoop from The Wire. Oh, we can just, you know, pair you with a ghostwriter and tell your story. It'll be great. And I said, miss, I don't just have a story, I'm a storyteller. And then I went on to tell her about everything that was wrong with the industry that she was in, the industry that I really didn't know anything about. But I figure if she don't know what she's talking about, and I don't know what I'm talking about, then I can fake like I know what I'm talking about. And long story short, they offered the book deal. And I didn't get the phone call until I got back in Baltimore, and this is maybe like 3 or 4 days later. And again, this is how it is in this industry. I just want to, you know, for transparency, I'm also a ghostwriter. I write for a lot of people now, so this is kind of funny to me as well. My agent called me up and said, look, Grand Central's making an offer. They're coming in at $450. I told you I'm in housing projects. I had like negative $20 to my name. So she's telling me they're gonna give me $450,000. I didn't hear anything else. And then when I came to, she said, oh, but 30% goes to the ghostwriter. I said, what? She said, the same guy who wrote Snoop's From the Wire's book. And I said, no. I said, she knows me. I got this meeting because I'm a writer. She read my articles, like she read me. No, I'm writing my own book. You sure you don't want to do this? No, you got to stand on something. So she said, let me go back to them. You know, we'll figure out how to make this work, and we'll come back. And they'll probably have a different number. Come back with a different number. I mean, whatever, it's cool. So what y'all think they came back with? What you say? $2. Close. Anybody? They started at $450K with a white ghostwriter. What? $15,000. I got the phone call. My man in the back with the books like, yo, what? Look, I got the phone call. When I got the phone call about the $450, I had like 20 little kids from the neighborhood in the school. Like they was like the bad kids, and they got kicked out the cafeteria, so they would come and we would like talk about music and stuff, so they would hang around me. And when I got the phone call, I was like, yo, it's my agent. I'm never gonna see y'all again. When she told me 15, I'm like, I see you Monday, right? So, long story short, I didn't quit. I stayed with it, and now I'm on the other side of that, and I do it for other people, and I get to write my own books, and I get to work with cool people, and I'm very thankful.
Is this the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My foot just fell asleep, so hopefully it wakes up. So my name is Salamisha. I'm very honored to be here. I think this is my third or fourth conference for the International Black Writers. I just say yes to Ben, basically. So I'm honored to be in the company of you all, good friends and wonderful colleagues here, Dr. Dana Williams, and just to be in this illustrious company of writers and thinkers and creators. I'm gonna do a couple of things. I'm gonna just talk about my own relationship to Gordon Parks and show different images, and look forward to the conversation that we're gonna have afterwards. So I'm going to open with a quote from Mr. Parks. We've already established him as a rather prolific writer, so this is just going to underscore that. I've been with Life now for 17 years, and I've written several articles for them, and will be doing more writing and do at least 2 assignments a year besides my writing. And so the operative word there is besides my writing. Parks understood himself as a deeply interdisciplinary artist, and his writing was kind of fundamental to, not an aside, to his photographic process. I just thought this is an interesting image to think about him as a practitioner of writing and as a creator. And I want to talk about, in a different, I think, way than Dee did, but with a similar vein, of kind of like the insecurity of the writer and Gordon's own ability to help me find my voice again. So I remember when Peter Kunderhart called me to ask me to write about the most iconic image of Gordon Parks' of Ella Watson. I was in Disneyland with my children, and I got a lot of texts, and I was like, why is he texting me? What am I going to say? And so he asked me to write about this image, and I was really intimidated because it's probably the most analyzed photograph in Parks's body of work and the most iconic, right? And for Parks himself, he recalled like half a century after he took the photograph, that he says, I set up my camera for my first professional photograph. So this already has a kind of high stakes even for Parks himself, who was a photographer before taking this, but I think understood that this image of Ella Watson was a kind of birth, the beginning of an aesthetic that was tied to a certain kind of way of taking a photograph and a kind of politics of taking a photograph. But when I had to write the essay, I was in the middle of this long project on Nina Simone that I've been working on, and I was in the middle of getting edits from my second editor, and I had to rewrite the book. And so I took a break from that project and decided, to write this essay that was due a few weeks later. So for me, turning to Ella Watson and turning to Parks's relationship to Ella Watson was a really important moment of like healing as a writer, but also reclaiming kind of my voice. And part of it, as I already mentioned, was just like the level of intimidation. What was the new thing I could say about a photograph that we think we know so well? So what was new for me was reading Parks's own memoirs and his own autobiographies and the way in which he talks about his life before taking this photograph. And part of what I found was that Parks himself, so he sees Ella Watson and she's working in Washington, D.C. The photograph is called Government Charwoman, Washington, D.C., August 1942. But one of the things that I thought was fascinating through reading his memoirs, learning about Parks himself as a domestic, right? So he writes in his memoir, Choice of Weapons, that he, years before finding a camera and finding his way to Washington, D.C., that he cleaned for hotels, right? That he would, particularly like hostels, and they were oftentimes filled with bad breath of smoke, alcohol, sour bodies, and human excrements, pickpockets, alcoholics, bums, addicts, perverts, panhandlers. And so he was unable to live there, but he had to work there. And to hold my own hair where profanity meets prestige and politeness invited abuse. So he talks about hating every day of his time there. It was a harsh and ugly time. And it was mainly marked through his longing for the time when I could get into a hot tub of hot water and soak out the smell of the place. So I often wondered if Parks divulged his own past of domestic work to Watson. When he asked her in 1942, rather awkwardly, would you allow me to photograph you? And so she responds quite tentatively in an old dress like this. And soon Parks, as we know, would take this photograph and then over the course of a few weeks, learn more about her, moving past her as a kind of icon to her interior world, a world in which she lived as a widow. Her husband had died in 1927, and she was raising her adopted teenage daughter and her adopted daughter's nieces and nephews. What I like about this photograph to the left is that you can see Parks also establishing himself as a photographer, but also as a laborer. So you see evidence, right? You see the light next to her broom and her mop. So you see this as the beginning of their collaboration as opposed to simply him photographing her as someone outside of himself. And then this is her on her way to work. And so Parks moves past the governmental, the bureaucratic, the exterior into her world. I think the next year I was asked to write alongside Dee for Devin Allen's Magisterial Baltimore. I still don't know why you all asked me, but it was quite a pleasure and for me to write about Allen's own practice, which is different than, but akin to Parks's own work, particularly Parks's civil rights movement work. So I think most of us know this image taken on April 25th, or at least uploaded on April 25th, 2015 by then an amateur photographer from Baltimore named Devin Allen. And then within the image, and we see a brigade of police officers chasing an African-American man during a Freddie Gray protest near Camden Yards. This image was instantly shared by many, including Rihanna, DJ Drama, King Los, and it went viral. Later, it appeared on the cover of Time magazine in May of 2015, making Allen the third amateur photographer to have his work on the cover of Time. And people like Beyonce and Erykah Badu and SZA shared it on their social media platforms. So in my studying of Allen's practice, my visiting Baltimore and spending the day with him, I was able to see and understand a selflessness as a hallmark and sincerity as definitive aspects of his work and his practice. And part of that is indicated here. What's interesting about this image is that Allen is able to get the photograph because he's part of the protest. So he's not outside, and this is in a way where he's different than Parks, right? Not documenting it from the street or from the sidewalk in some ways, but embedded in the movement, and was able to turn his camera around and capture this. So he's both protester and photographer. And so other aspects of his work that I think are similar to Parks, and his investment obviously here, he does exclusively black and white photography, is this way in which the image transcends time, right? It's the photographic image of the rebellion or the protest. When it was on cover of Time magazine, they took the 1968, it could have been 1968 or was it 2015, and the title says, "What has changed, what hasn't?" So that sense of timelessness links him to Parks himself. But the other thing I think is unique about, or at least distinct about Allen's practice, is that he has thousands of photographs, or hundreds of photographs, and he knew thousands. And I would have a reading, and then he would say, no, he knew every person in the photograph, meaning that his practice, again, is one of an insider, showing the interior lives of people in Baltimore, and also one of intimacy and connection. So I would describe it as January 30th, 31st, 2022, an inside shot, a chessboard set on a bodega counter, one man, wearing a shiny puffy coat and hooded sweatshirt, patiently waits for an older man behind the counter to make his move. And then Devin would say, "Someone gave me this beautiful marble chess piece, and I don't know how to play chess, so I told my OG Stokey," he's quoting people, "You were always playing chess. Here's a gift. It's Stokey's store. It's him and his son playing chess." Another image, April 8th, 2018, two men, maybe brothers, standing beside each other. The older one, dressed in all sweats and holding a plastic bag, looks serious. His salt and pepper goatee makes him appear even more stern. The younger one, in a puffy black vest, hands in pockets, has a twinkle in his eyes. That's my words. Here's Devin. That's Kondawani and his little brother, who just got out of jail. I always have a camera on me, so I photograph them. He's back in jail now, but then he just come back home. So this is kind of a refrain of all the images. I would read it one way, he would give me insight and express his intimacy to the subjects in another. July 27, 2016, A little boy biting sugar cane, his intent on grinding this down. His gaze is elsewhere. Devin. This is a kid at my block party in 2016 for Kids Safe Zone, where I teach photography. It isn't sugar cane. He's sucking on an ice pop. So I'm going to end here with the collaboration that I will be doing with another Gordon Parks fellow, my sister Scheherazade Tillett, who's a photographer. And I'm inspired by the collaboration that was mentioned before between Gordon Parks and Ralph Ellison. They had two major collaborations, one called Harlem is Nowhere, and it was intended for 48, the magazine of the year, and then later collaboration that was published in 1952 in Life, based on Ralph Ellison's novel Invisible Man. Scheherazade, however, is inspired by Parks's sustained series in 1956 for Life magazine. It was published under the title The Restraints Open and Hidden, in which Parks documented several generations of an African-American family living in Mobile, Alabama under Jim Crow. And so a lot of these images are in this wonderful exhibition, which is down the hall. So Scheherazade is going to be doing a practice her theme, her life practice is on Black girlhood and play. And she's going to be looking at two sites, Martha's Vineyard, similar to Parks's sustained documentation of Mobile, Alabama, and then also, for anyone from Chicago, the Bud Billiken Parade, the longest running African-American parade in the country, and it was founded in 1929 by Robert S. Abbott, who's the founder of the Chicago Defender. Her interest in childhood stems from, and Black girlhood in particular, is in conversation with and is inspired by Parks's own investigation, interest, exploration of Black childhood during segregation. So on the left is Parks, on the right is Scheherazade's image. And so for Scheherazade, this is Carnival in Trinidad. So sites of potential celebration and communalism around Black girlhood. And this other image is from a series, these two to the right, of her photographing my daughter in her 8th year. This is one of the most important photographs for Scheherazade, where you see these children looking into like a Ferris wheel in which they are divided by the color line and also the fence. And then these are images from the Bud Billiken Parade, in which she's photographing people in the street, but also giving the photographs back to them. And then for anyone also from Chicago, the send-off, the pre-prom ritual. So her photographs that she's doing for the fellowship will be different, but they're in conversation with these other images. And I will be writing along to and inspired by the photographs themselves, akin to Ellison and Parks. So I just want to say thank you all, and I look forward to our conversation.
So if we could have all of our fellows come up, we will have a quick Q&A session with our last 10 minutes.
I think because we're short on time, we're just going to open it up to audience questions. Does anybody? Oh, yeah.
Hi, my name is Francis Jenkins. I'm an elementary education major in Baltimore.
Hold on 1 second before you ask the question. You have to get the mic for the question.
Oh, okay.
The reason being is being live streamed, so we want the people in the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
My name is Francis Gittins. I'm an elementary education major from Baltimore, Maryland. And my question was to Dee. And, you talked about how, you had a life before you found your passion for writing. And as someone who wants to be an educator, and like my main motivation for wanting to be an educator is so I can inspire Black youth to really like love education, because I think it'll really solve a lot of problems. How do you think I can inspire my students the same way you got inspired?
That's a great question. I think what worked for me is I just learned I had to be honest with them. I think a lot of times we appear as these polished versions of ourselves, and we act like we didn't make mistakes and we didn't mess up and we didn't get it wrong and we passed every test and we drive on a beltway and never miss an exit, you know? I think, and I'll be really quick, I know we short on time. When I first started teaching, I used to come in the classroom and I was teaching at a school that was in my neighborhood. So I'm looking at the kids in the hallway and I'm like seeing their parents back when we were young. So it was like, I thought everybody was gonna really pay attention in my class because they were from around my way. It didn't work like that. So then I started trying to use like Jay-Z and Nas lines in the, you know, and like for like essay prompts. And it was like, Beyonce husband, he rap? Like, and at this time, all of the kids in Baltimore was listening to Chicago drill music, but on YouTube. So I would get them to explain why they like it, why they be on YouTube, what they say in the comments, what the narratives, the stories, and I would literally get into their world and understand why they move the way they move. And then when I show interest in them, they show the interest in what I was saying, and then we got some good work done.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that answer.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The marriage of Gordon Parks with his photography and writing, there are two other books that kind of fit in with that, and I just want to ask if any of you are familiar with the two books. The first one, 1955, Langston Hughes and Roy De Carava did The Sweet Fly Paper of Life. Then in 1970, Amiri Baraka coordinated with a photographer named Fundy, Billy Abernathy, In Our Terribleness. Are you all familiar with either of those two books?
Yes. I'm so glad you mentioned those two books. They're so incredibly important. And Gordon Parks actually discovers writing during this period where there's a really incredible tradition of writers and photographers working together and collaborating together. And what's really interesting about both of the examples that you mentioned is that they're both instances where the photographs inspired the writers to respond. And that's so interesting because we think so much about, and this is, I think all the panelists touched on this, that so often we see images and we think, oh, there's captions that describe them, or the images are illustrating what's written. And I think what those books showed us so well, and what Gordon's work showed us so well, is how you can build in certain kind of visual or literary mechanism that complicate that relationship. And that's where this kind of work becomes a form of activism and a form of visibility, is when that relationship is complicated. And Gordon Parks' work is a great example, and those two examples are also extraordinary.
Also, like a third language is created. So I think, I was gonna ask you too about I have to read when Parks, it's the essays where he writes to his own images, but like in those cases that when the writer's responding to the photograph, they're trying to like find a cinematic, poetic language. So it's forcing everyone to kind of create some third space of coming together or collaboration. I think is interesting.
And Gordon himself was heavily influenced by 12 Million Black Voices, which of course is another example of that as well.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Fumi Coates, and I am an English major in a first year at Howard University. I find it beautiful that there's kind of the bridging of visual art and written art, and the accessibility of that. So I was wondering, do you think that that kind of creative work and activism has a place now, especially amidst rising pushback against intellectualism?
Yeah.
That's an excellent question. Thank you for it. So I'm an art historian, and I work with a lot of living artists. I focus more on contemporary and living artists. And I'm always inspired by what inspires them. And many visual artists are, they're inspired by music, by poetry, by dance, by theater. And I think that we live in a world where we take in so much, especially visually, that sometimes we can't even separate, we can't separate out what really has inspired us. But I do think that there is a place that writing, I think for me, writing is a sacred space because it puts us in our own, it helps to ground us in our own thinking as we're exposed to other people's thinking. So there's something to me about writing that I always turn to writing when I'm starting a new project because I like I feel like it's a real gift to be able to get into somebody else's thoughts. And so I think you were reading the quote about, I didn't know that Parks had been a domestic, basically, right? And so that kind of insight gives me so much more insight into who he is as an artist.
And our final question.
This is kind of a two-part question. Hello, my name is Joseph McClinton. I'm a sophomore broadcast journalism major. And I would like to know, what's your favorite genre and what genres do you think we need more Black faces in and why?
Well, I do. I've published nonfiction. I've written some screenplays and a bunch of articles. I would say anything that's satirical. Like I don't laugh at my own jokes, but I like dry humor, and I love us in those spaces, in TV and in articles and just in novels in general. I would read Percival Everett's book, I'm Not Sidney Poitier. This is kind of what I'm talking about. I think it's his best work to me.
Thank you. That was our last question.
I'll throw it for everybody.
I
wanted to hear from everybody.
I'll go quickly. It was a hard question in some ways. My favorite genre to watch is probably film. My favorite genre to write about is theater. But then also I have to write this book on Nina Simone and thus write everything else. Since I thought of writing a book on Nina Simone, I've had to create a genre of memoir, history, and criticism.
Maybe my first love as growing up is reading, and so I read everything. But whenever I start a new project, I turn to poetry. And I'm not a poet, but I am so in awe of poetry that it just kind of helps me to get my ideas together around what I'm going to do. And so I'll read and sometimes I actually don't, I now understand my process. It's taken me, I'm in my 5th decade, so thankfully I learned it at some point, right? But my process is sometimes I start reading poetry and I'm like, oh, I'm about to start a new project. I have no idea why. I pick up a book and I start reading poetry. It's like, oh, I'm about to start something. So it also tells me something about myself.
I was also told we have a little bit more time for a few questions if there are.
I thought it was the Sandman.
Please put your, no, not us. So please put your hand up and we can get the mic to you. I see two there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stand so y'all can see me. Hello everyone, my name is Jay Sandback. I'm a freshman elementary education major from Washington, D.C. And my question is for the young man. What's your name?
D.
D, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So your experience basically talked about not settling for less and how you got that phone call of that significant financial difference. So what advice would you give to when approaching those decisions, especially for young individuals like me? I also want to pursue education. So how would you also navigate those decisions as well when it comes to settling for less in those spaces? Thank you.
Thank you for that. At the time, I felt like an idiot because I wish I would have taken the money because I was gonna write anyway, right? But now that I've had some years removed, I'm glad that I made that decision, and what I will say is purpose. I would say don't even think about money, don't think about who's gonna look at it, don't think about success, don't think about awards, don't think about trophies, don't think about being the most popular. Just think about purpose. Why am I doing this? What am I doing this for? What feelings am I trying to evoke? Who am I trying to touch? What does this mean to me? I just think about purpose, and I just always find myself working on stuff that I really, really, really care about. When I was thinking about trying to be in certain spaces, I never got there. And when I started thinking about making the art that I cared about the most, and it took me, people don't say this, the first book that I wrote that I really, really, really like might be like my 5th one. You know what I'm saying? Like I like the first one because I can't write like that no more because my brain is different. But I like the 5th one because I feel like I graduated to a new space. And I'll say when I stopped caring, like some of the projects that I get to work on now, they're so cool, and I would never even think, I didn't even know I wanted to do them, but I'm doing them. So, and that just comes with purpose.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas McKay. I'm an honors physics major. I am also very interested in creative writing, so I wanted to ask, how did you find your voice as a writer? Because you said you weren't always interested in it. So what led to you finding your voice, and what advice would you give to someone that's also trying to find their voice in writing?
I would always say just be yourself. I think a lot of times we're taught, and I think you guys should answer this question too, because I'm sure it's different for all of us. But I know for me, we get pushed into these places. Like I'm from Baltimore, so you coming out of Baltimore and you want to be a writer. A lot of editors, they're looking for the next Coates. I can't do what Ta-Nehisi does. He's brilliant. He's a genius in his own right, and he has a different experience. I don't know how to do what he does. I can only be the best version of me. So I think you already have your voice. You just have to lean into who you are. Is what I would say to that.
Dr. Fleetwood. Thank you. Yes, to purpose. That was a previous question, and I just wanted to say, I talk to my students about this all the time, that like, it is the guiding force, is to really, and you can only learn that by being quiet and listening to yourself, like listening inside. I love creative writing, and the project I'm working on right now, I'm an academic, is creative nonfiction. And I prefer that style over more scholarly work. My advice to you is the way that the writing gets done is to sit down and do it.
Come on now.
Sit down and do it. And I treat it like a labor, meaning that I clock in. I clock in time. And that's the only way the writing is going to get done. Everything else is a dream. But it's labor, it's sitting down, and I feel it in my body. If I start a project and then 2 years later, my body is different, right? If you're working hard labor, your body is different, right? So it's like you have to put in the time.
I guess I'll just answer it quickly. When I was in high school, I wrote for my student newspaper. When I was in college, I wrote for the feminist newspaper and the black newspaper. And then when I got my PhD, my writing shifted because that's what, became more scholarly. And I think in order to write the kinds of books and the kind of public writing that I am doing, I had to recover that voice. I was lucky that I feel like the difference between an academic and maybe a creative writer is argument and story, right? Academics were trained in argument. Creative writers are trained in story. And so I had to start trying to figure out how to tell a good story to buttress the argument. And that's probably one of the things that Ta-Nehisi does brilliantly, actually. So for me, it's like been a reinvention of self. And I guess I would add to purpose is like humility. It requires, so much of being a writer is like driven by insecurities, ego, a sense of like, it feels so connected to our bodies. And so to sometimes get out of your own way, oftentimes what it means to be a good parent, is also to just allow yourself to submit and surrender to the thing that's being produced. And now, like, I'm trying to do another genre, which is like screenwriting. So it's really constantly trying to think through the form and then pushing myself, but also trying to be humble enough to know that I'm actually going to not be good at it, and then I'm going to have to learn how to be good at it. So that's been my process and practice.
And I think actually, I'm glad you ended on that word, because I was just going to add to that. I once was witness to this discussion among a couple people about using the word practice to describe, artistic practice, writing practice. And the person was arguing, well, it's not practice, you're doing it. But then the counter argument was, no, it's never quite perfected. You're always practicing, you're always evolving. And that tension is really interesting too.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I think that's a great point to. Oh no, we have one more question. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're getting you a mic. One of our great MFA students in painting. Oh no, yes. Please share. We have two more. Yes.
Not a painter.
Sorry. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Brianna Smith. I'm a student at UMBC, University of Maryland, Baltimore County. My question is about like your writing and creative process. How do you know that, in terms of creative writing, how do you know that the story you're telling, the message you're trying to convey is complete? How do you know how do you feel when you've properly told that story, told someone's story, expressed that message? What does that feel like? How do you know that it's finished? And if you don't feel like it's finished, have you ever gone back to say, no, there's more to say in this story. I've learned more, I've researched more, I've spoken to more people and gotten more information. Have you ever gone back and revisited the story?
I think so.
I can start. When I write for myself, I start with an idea, and I know I'm done once that idea is conveyed. When I write for other people, I do what they want. I take myself away from it. So I wrote Basketball Player, Carmelo Anthony's memoir. And when we were sitting in a meeting, he said that he doesn't want to talk about the NBA. And every editor, like, they all frowned their faces up. Like, yo, we just gave you this big book deal. We just, we put this beautiful spread of food on the table, all kinds of cheeses and little melons, and you sitting here talking about you're not going to talk about basketball? So I just told the editor, I said, excuse me, sir, you just shut up real quick. What do you want to talk about? And he said, I want to talk about childhood depression. I was depressed my whole childhood. So when I got into this big world, I didn't know how to walk into the world I was going into. And I think a lot of people go through that. And I said, we can do that. I had a different vision, but that's what he wanted. So I did what he wanted to do. And I think that's the main thing. Start with a why. Why am I doing this? And then have a question and answer that question, and you'll always know when you're done. You'll know when you're talking too much. You'll know when you're yapping. You'll know when the story's not, when you're derailing for what the mission is. You'll know. You have to trust yourself and start with an outline and stick to it.
I'll give you two things. I think it's a really deeply spiritual process for me. I don't think I always knew that, but I know that it is. And in a way, sometimes I was describing this earlier, like I feel like a bit of a method writer. So I was able to, I had the honor to write a book on The Color Purple and interview Alice Walker. And if you know her story of The Color Purple, she's inspired literally by her ancestors. So just sitting with Alice's own description of her storytelling process was really helpful and hopeful to me, to that you can have this relationship, this really deep spiritual relationship, where it's not necessarily like she described it as the characters like visiting her, but that she was in some way in communion with the other world. And I had an experience, I think 2 years ago, I did the first interview with Regina King for Harper's Bazaar after her son had committed suicide. And so that's just not another profile, right? Like you're going into that in a remarkably tender, vulnerable experience for both her as the subject and me as a writer. And the weird thing about this experience was that I was in LA the week before doing a presentation on Nina Simone and Lorraine Hansberry, and I just couldn't, I said, I have to come back. I can't do Nina and Lorraine and do Shirley Chisholm and Regina. Like, it was just too much. So I like literally went back to LA like 4 days later. And then the interesting thing though was like 2 weeks later, I went to the Apollo, there was this exhibition, and I see Miriam Makeba, and I'm like, oh, my next chapter is on Miriam Makeba and Nina. I'm like, oh, that's cool, Miriam's there, she's welcoming me to the next chapter. And then I look to the right, and there's this picture of Nina Simone. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know that picture. Like, that's so weird. And then next to another picture is Shirley Chisholm. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I'm like, wait, Shirley, and then you realize that Nina Simone was playing at a fundraiser for Shirley Chisholm. Wow. So the writer has to have a distance. The women were in community with each other. And I realized in that moment that I'm both like in conversation with them, but a slightly different. So to me, it's a really exhausting sometimes process. I have to be very selective about what I write about because I try to like, even for living artists, like get to know them so well that it's second nature to me how to write about them, so.
For me, I feel like the writing is never done, but I get to the point where if I'm feeling really, really fidgety and itchy, I know I need someone else to look at it. Like, I'm to the point where I can't, like, I'm like blurry eye, and I mean, this can be months and months or 2 weeks or wherever it is in the writing where I am in my way, I can't see my own work. I have to give it to someone. And I have built, and I think this is also part of wise discernment. I have people in my life I can give my writing to at any stage. It could be gobbledygook, and they see something in it, or it could be almost fully polished. And it's important that you take the time to develop that, because all feedback is not good feedback. People aren't, everyone's intentions, and but I actually don't believe in like that people are somehow inherently evil or anything. But everyone's intention, like you don't want people putting thoughts in your head that while you're formulating your ideas, and they might take you to the place where you're not supposed to be going with your own work. So I think it's really important, and this is a great kind of space, these festivals, where you start to meet like-minded people, you build these relationships, and over time I have 3 people I can write with and write anything with, and those are 3 of my most important relationships to me.
Can I say one quick thing real quick? So I have a great friend in DC. He's a famous writer named Jason Reynolds, and he told me something early in my career that stuck with me forever. That answers your question. He said, finished is better than perfect. And it made me look at this whole world in a different way.
A done book is a good book.
Yeah, one final question, yes.
Hi, my name is Michaela Osborne. I'm a second-year MFA student here at Howard. My question kind of piggybacked the gentleman's question about finding your voice, but I think when y'all answered it, I interpreted it by overcoming or being okay with like failing. And so my question to y'all was, when was y'all's first moment in failing, and how did you overcome it?
Thank you. First moment.
Or something that you can like think back to, like as a writer, as an early writer, when did you have a moment of failure, and when did you overcome it, or how did you overcome it? Excuse me.
And I guess I would add finding and trusting your voice, because those may be 2 different things. You may find your voice, and then someone tells you it doesn't. I got a C- English freshman year, writing EE. Was it EE coming? The road not taken? No, it's not EE coming. What's that? That's not. I mixed up 2 different. Robert Frost. I got a really, and I learned very quickly that you can't just do didactic reading. So for me, I remember that. But I think the better story is the one I was telling when, like, I had won the Pulitzer. I had been working on this book for Nina Simone for a while. I'm so tired. She's a very difficult figure to capture on the page. And I was like, okay, like I had a new editor, send this thing. And she was like, this feels like 3 books in one. And I had COVID, it was a lot. And I was like, I'm not gonna do this book anymore. I mean, it took me 2 years to write I'm a fast writer, and this is a long book. And so I think that was like one of my most that's why I'm so grateful to Ella Watson and Gordon Parks. Like, that was a really humbling experience to say like, okay, maybe I'm not writing the book that I'm supposed to write. And also, I often tell grad students that don't lie to yourself and think that, don't hide behind the words. Don't hide yourself from behind the words. Like, know who you are enough to know what you're working out. Even if it's an academic monograph and you say you're analyzing XYZ, you're really trying to figure out something about yourself. So be as honest with yourself as possible so that the words can actually breathe. And I think that's the kind of, when I mean like humility, like in getting out of the way, like you gotta like just surrender to the page and allow it to just like, to bleed in a sense. So to me, that's like the best thing I could say to you. It's like, you're gonna like make mistakes, you're gonna have editors give you feedback, but you have to know the story that you wanna tell, and you're the person who uniquely can tell it and hold that, and then go from there. But you have to believe in the story and yourself enough to keep on going through that process.
Sorry, I don't know, it's helpful.
I'll just say really briefly, I don't mean this in like a hippie way or anything. Like, I actually just don't, rarely do I see anything as failure. Right. So for me, it's like, it's not, I'm very open to learning. And I think just staying curious and staying curious about yourself and like your own thoughts. So like, if failure is an idea, then I'm failing on the paper every day because I allow myself to write very terribly before, and knowing that it will get somewhere that one day I will like that sentence, but right now I just need to get it out.
And I just want to add what's so beautiful about what's coming out here is that, and what I think has been underscored today is that writing is inherently, even if it's solitary, it's inherently a collaborative approach. Mm-hmm. And so once you have that openness and that willingness and you start putting it out there and seeing how it's received and learning from that and absorbing from that, then it's right. Like, then it's not really about failure then. It's really just about allowing it to become maybe something different or not what you expected.
And not critiquing yourself when you start. Just getting your, like, it does help just to first just get your ideas out there. I actually don't write to an outline. And some people write very well. I like stopped writing for a year because someone was like, I wrote the perfect outline, and I was like, I don't know what to do with, and I was just like looking at this thing. I was like, I write to images. I'm a visual person. If I'm stuck, I get a photograph of something, and I can write 10 pages, and then maybe I'll use 2 of those pages. So you find your thing. For me, if I'm stuck, I always get an image and I just start writing about the image.
And again, just a nod back to Gordon. Gordon writes a lot about failing throughout his career, about bringing stories that didn't go anywhere, or doing stories that he didn't feel was strong enough. And I mentioned briefly earlier, several of you have the book Born Black, which is essentially about stories that were rejected or weren't printed the way he thought they were going to be printed, or where they're manipulated and so on. But what's interesting is how all of those collectively become, define his career and eventually define his voice. So
I wrote like 2 screenplays and a whole show Bible for HBO that will never see the light of day because they paid me for it, but they don't want to make it, right? And what I will say, if you're gonna be an artist, and so 1, you need thick skin. 2, you have to understand, this is me personally, my whole life is freckled and measled with failure. It's like somebody took a little cigarette and just burnt it all over, you know what I mean? And what I'll say is what I learned and what helped is that at somewhere along in this journey, I learned how to redefine what failure meant, and it's similar to the whole idea of they're all lessons, and it teaches you something, and the only real failure is if you just stop. Right. You just have to keep doing it. You have to keep doing it. It's not always gonna work out. Sometimes it hurts, but that hurt is a part of it too, because you'll never be able to really have a good day if you don't know what a bad day feel like.
And hurt means you care. I mean, that itself is a lesson. If you're hurting, it means you care about what you're doing.
You'll never write a good essay until you write a trash one.
Well,
I gotta catch a plane.
Well, I just want to express my gratitude. This is the first time all of the fellows have been together, and this really was a rich conversation, not only about Gordon, but how we're extending his legacy through writing. And so I just want to give a plug. If you're interested in purchasing the new catalog that corresponds with a section of our exhibition and includes an unpublished essay by Gordon Parks, it is available in the gallery for purchase. And so please allow me or join me in thanking our panelists.
And can I add one last note also? I just want to mention to you all, if you all are curious about learning more about Gordon Parks or seeing his work, the Gordon Parks Foundation is located in Pleasantville, New York. We have a gallery where we exhibit the work of our fellows and of Gordon, and also our archive is open to the public, so anybody could come in, make an appointment, and look in person at Gordon Parks' work. So please check out our website and come visit us.
Can you take a picture of my face? Thank you so much.
I wait? Should wait.
But it can be introduced and come out.
That makes sense.
Are you the moderator?
Yes.
Are you the one that's nervous?
Yes.
The reason I got to do this?
With the lapel
So,
mic?
yeah, no, don't lapel mic.
Oh, you got me a mic stand?
So you the reason I got to do this work?
Thank
Well,
you.
so
I am.
You have to wait till you get on.
Check 1 2.
Excuse me, teenager. Tell me how you can handle the lapel. What do you think? How is it? No, it's still cool. Right, what you move on, don't fit the pill. You just, certain things you can't. Then watch it. How am I gonna pin that on? Right, see, I ain't got you. Watch it.
My name is Junius Levi Warrior IV, and I'm a 2021 graduate of Howard's Bachelor's of History program, a 2023 graduate of Howard's Master's of History program, and currently in my third year of my PhD in Howard's African Studies program as well. Thank you so much. In addition, I'm the Archives and Communications Specialist for MSRC, and I will serve as you all's host for today's panels and events. On behalf of the entire family at the center, we would like to welcome everyone to day 2 of our International Black Writers Festival, hosted by Moorland-Spingarn Research Center at Howard University. From our events to our clothing and our archives here at MSRC, we pride ourselves on protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora in different outlets like the festival we have curated for you this week, and the books we're selling in the back, and all the different events and outlets that we use for Black history. To keep up to date with our events and our news, follow us on @MoorlandHU for our Instagram and our website at msrc.howard.edu. For our third activation in our festival today will be Black Love is Resistance, a conversation with Beverly Jenkins and Kristina Forrest. This panel will talk about celebrating the power of love, storytelling, and history with best-selling romance author Beverly Jenkins in conversation with the acclaimed novelist Kristina Forrest. Together, they will explore how Black love on the page and in life serves as an act of joy, resistance, and cultural preservation. The moderator of this panel will be Miss Ashley Reynolds. Ashley Reynolds' work over the past decade has been centered around making safe spaces for telling stories about disenfranchised persons and the Black diaspora. In addition to being an archivist and producer, Ashley has created and hosted literary communities, books We Should Read, a book-centered podcast, and community prioritizing literature written by Black authors and writers. Today, Ashley is the interim university archivist at Howard University's Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, and is a complete and very valuable asset to MSRC. Please have me.
Sorry, this is my mic stand because if I was handheld, it would be like this the whole time. So yes, hello everyone, and welcome to Black Love is Resistance. Today we celebrate how stories of Black love, past and present, reclaim history, resist erasure, and reshape the romance genre. I'm Ashley Reynolds, as he introduced, and I'm your moderator. I'm honored to introduce our guest, Miss Beverly Jenkins. Whose historical novels restore overlooked experiences in the African American historical continuum, and Miss Kristina Forrest. Whose grounded contemporary romances bring emotional realism and craft to powerful modern love stories. So thank you both for joining us. And a little bit more about our authors. Award-winning historical romance author, Miss Beverly Jenkins is an award-winning historical romance author whose work restores overlooked Black histories and centers joyful, fully realized Black communities. Her novels explore post-Civil War and turn-of-the-century Black life with deep archival research and vivid storytelling. One of my personal favorites is Captured, which is a historical romance set during the American Revolution, which follows a French Creole privateer named Dominique Levesque, who rescues a young Black enslaved woman named Claire Sullivan from her enslavers, and they share forbidden passion on the seas. So y'all can see what I be reading. And then we have Miss Kristina Forrest, who formerly worked in publishing and is currently a best-selling romance novelist known for grounded, emotionally emotionally realistic young adult and adult romances that blend sharp craft with warm domestic detail, bringing editorial expertise to character and plot development. And for you, I have 2 honorable mentions. I Want to Be Where You Are, which is Kristina's debut young adult novel and follows a Black ballerina named Chloe Pierce along a hijinks-filled road to an audition of a lifetime, and it's literally a perfect novel. And then we have The Neighbor Favor, which is an adult romance novel about an awkward bookworm named Lily Green and her quest to find romance, enlisting the help of her charming neighbor, Nick Brown, and I'm not gonna give you the twist, but there's a twist there. Both stories are warm, deeply romantic, and perfect for love-averse realists like myself. So select titles from both authors are available in the back with the Sankofa vendor. And I'm still a little nervous. This is so crazy. I heard that nervousness and excitement were the same emotion. You just have to frame it differently, so I'm trying. I'm just very excited to be here and honored to have you guys join me. But we're gonna start with Ms. Jenkins. You've called yourself a kitchen table historian and said you write to restore parts of American history that are often left out. Can you explain what a kitchen table historian is and talk about how that philosophy shapes the research you do before you start a book?
I like to take real historian scholarship, set it out on my kitchen table, and then use that as the backbone for the history that I like to highlight in my work, whether it's redemption, or whether it's the Great Exodus of 1879, whether it's the 15th Amendment, whether it's the black lady doctors of the 19th century, which we know absolutely nothing about, unless, of course, you've read Vivid. So I don't have to make it up. Because one of the things that, a lot of folks when I first started were saying, well, did black people really do this? Or, is black people? So you get a bibliography in the backs of my books with my cites. And that way I don't have to be questioned about the authenticity or, did this actually happen? Yes, it did. So that's what a kitchen table historian is.
I have a question about the bibliographies that I'm going to jump to really quick before we go to Ms. Forrest. So your historical novels, as you said, often include bibliographies so readers can learn more. How do you decide what to include in the book's bibliography versus what you keep in research notes for future projects?
A lot of times I cry so that my readers don't have to. Because it's painful. A lot of it's painful. But we wouldn't be here without the joy that also goes with it. So you try and balance it. So I'm using, for the Black West, I'm using the great scholarship of Art T. Burton. Art's out of Chicago. He's a Black West expert. Indian Territory, Black and Brown, lawmen and outlaws. I used John Hope Franklin, who taught at Duke for many, many years before he passed, who was also born in Oklahoma in the, with the 5 civilized tribes and the black homelands, and after the removal by the late, great Andrew Jackson. Tara Hunter, and my main historical reference is Dorothy Sterling, and she wrote or edited We Are Your Sisters, Black Women of the 19th Century. That fueled my first probably 10 books, because I didn't know a lot about, I knew our history. I grew up with Black history in the home, but the intricate details, yeah, through a Black gaze. Did I answer your question?
Yes, In a way, you did. You did.
Are you sure?
Yes, but we're gonna keep talking, so it's fine.
Oh, no. I'm not the only one up here, though. You know, I could be up here talking. I could be up here spreading this gospel till next week, you know.
I know that's right. Period.
But, you know, I ain't the only one up here.
I know, and so we're gonna go to Miss
No, I was
Forrest.
saying that, like, I just am happy to be here. And I was like, every question, I'm just going to look at her.
I appreciate that.
Let's talk a little bit about you. So you've written both young adult and adult romance. What specific changes do you make to voice or pacing and stakes when moving from one to another? And if you have one, can you give an example of a scene you may have reworked that was maybe originally for a young adult novel that you put in your romance?
I think for me, the easiest way to distinguish voice is that I write my YA in first person, and my adult romance is third person, past tense, dual point of view. And I think the reason I do that is because when you're a teenager, you sort of have blinders on.
Yes.
Your worldview is very big to you, but it's also very limited, and everything is immediate and urgent. And I think first person really brings that out. But third person, especially with two people, I like to, the way that I see point of view is when you're writing first, you're the character driving the car. But when you're writing third, you're in the back seat, being a backseat driver, telling the character where to go. You're very close and you can see everything that's happening too, but you have a little bit more perspective than they do. And I like that with romance, to be able to have a little bit of distance because I can see everything that's happening, but maybe the two characters don't. So that's one way that I differentiate it when I'm writing. But really, I don't often have an idea that I'm like, oh, maybe this is YA, and then I age it up, or vice versa. Usually, I know when something is YA if it's a little unbelievable. Like, not unbelievable in a way that somebody who's 28 is not going to do this.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
because I feel like in my YA books that they're always getting in trouble. They're like lying to their parents. They're doing this, going on road trips.
Snatch up Chloe.
Yeah.
I wanted to snatch her up. She had no business going on that
like
road trip with
always
that boy.
doing something that is not something, not very good. But as an adult, you should know better. And so it's like, if I have an idea that's a little more hijinksy, I guess, I'm like, okay, that should be YA. So that's another way. But really, it's the stakes. What's important to somebody who's 28 is very different than what's important to someone who's 18. So usually, they're very clear in my head which one should go in which age category.
That's good. Let's talk a little bit about your grounded, realistic emotional arcs.
Oh.
Speaking about the neighbor favor and the partner plot specifically, what's the magic to making the romance feel believable rather than purely trope driven?
Ooh. Make it feel believable. I mean, and I don't know if you agree with this, sorry. But like, I think that when I'm in the middle of writing a romance between the two characters, mostly what I'm thinking about is vibe and chemistry. How do they relate to each other? And a lot of that comes out in dialogue. What does this person lack that the other person provides for them, and vice versa? If I were to take the two of them and drop them on a deserted island, what would they talk about? And it's the conversation and the overall vibe that I'm working on. And so I guess I'm not, at the time when I'm writing, I'm not intentionally thinking like this is realistic in a way that doesn't lean on tropes. And sometimes, like with the partner plot, that was a book that I was like, I really love Marriage of Convenience, and I want to work that into a book. And so I did have to sort of build the story around that plot, around that trope. But I guess, I don't know if anyone here has watched the Christopher Nolan Batman movies, Dark Knight Rises, okay. And you're looking at me like, what? So in those movies, you know, Batman is obviously not real. He's a vigilante who runs around in a bat suit. But if he were real, this is how it would happen. If you lived in a city where there was somebody running around with clown makeup, robbing banks in a gangster suit, this is how it would happen realistically. And so that's sort of ideology that I think I apply to my romance novels. It's like, are you going to be in Las Vegas and run into your ex that you broke up with 10 years ago? And are you going to get really drunk and then wake up married? Probably not. But if it were to happen, this is how I would think it would happen realistically. So I think that's the sort of perspective that I take on the realism of it all, because I'm a Capricorn. I get very tied up in logistics.
Yes.
And to the point where my editors are like, you don't have to think about that right now. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. So,
yeah. Yeah, that's great. Let's transition and talk about navigating publishing as Black authors, specifically Black romance authors. Because as we know, even as the market grows, Black romance authors still face discoverability and acquisition challenges. And so now we'll spend a little time talking about these challenges and how you've weathered them. Both of you have worked with major romance imprints and have long careers in the field. How have you seen editorial attitudes towards Black love stories change at acquisition and marketing meetings, for example, since you started? And where do you see persistent blind spots?
I have been blessed to have 4 or 5 women of color as my editors in the 30 years that I've been doing this. So a lot of times I didn't have to explain stuff. Sorry. And I have been capitalizing the word Black since 1994.
Period.
Got no pushback because of who was sitting in the editorial chair. But I was the only one for a long time. The only one writing historicals. And for a long time, I know you guys know the other BJ, Brenda Jackson. Brenda and I worried about the state of Black romance. Would it be here in 20 years? Yeah, now. I went to the Black Romance Fest in Atlanta last year. There's almost 2,000 women there. And a gazillion authors. And one of the great things is it's been self-publishing. It's not only changed the market, but it's changed how publishing deals with authors of color. Because once they start, the ladies start, and the guys, because there's Black men writing too, a lot. Once they start amassing readers, and then here comes traditional publishing knocking on their door saying, don't you want to come play with us? And bring your readers with you? And a lot of them are saying, no. I've already built my empire. But romance has changed in the sense of who's reading it, who's writing it, people of all identity. We're not writing romance in 1994 when I started. You know, all of the women were white. They were size 4, blue eyes, blonde hair. Now, it's a whole bunch of curvy folks got books. Whole lot of women with all colors. Whole lot of guys. A whole lot of trans people are writing. People of all identity. And that's how romance has changed. And they have been on the front line. But we still got the problem of discoverability. When you put Black romance not with romance, but in the back, in what I call the ghetto, my daughter said, Ma, I go through them books and it's like I need a blue light. She tells the truth.
You are hilarious.
So it's about discoverability. A lot of these young women, their books are not being discovered because they're not being, traditional writing, because they're not being published in the romance section. Me, my books are everywhere. Back in the day, somebody said, Miss Bell, we found your books in Men's Health.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Which for some men, it's good. It's a good place for some. For some men, you know. But the fact that we're out here, to me, is the most powerful thing.
Yeah.
Because Black love is resistance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a resistance against the stereotypes. It's a resistance against the myth that all of our men are beasts or drunkards. We wouldn't be here without love and joy. So I'm gonna pass the mic. Like I said, I'll be here till Tuesday talking.
Now, like, I don't even know what to say. That's going to be an answer for both of us. But I've had a similar experience in my career that I've only ever worked with women of color as my editors. Yeah. And it definitely does make a difference. So I, like you're saying, I haven't ever been in a situation editorially where someone has asked me to change something. And the part about a discoverability is so true. I don't want to go on a rant either. But I have a story it's just like what you're saying to me. It's like, it makes me think of it. Okay, so 2 summers ago, no, it was last summer. I walked into a bookstore and I was going to the children's section because all my nieces and nephews all have birthdays in June, go broke in June. And so I'm walking to the children's section and I walk past a table that says Beach Reads. There was not a single book by, let alone a Black author of color at all. And I'm from New Jersey. We go to the beach all the time in the summer. And I was like, you would think Black people never go to the beach. I was so angry about this for the whole weekend. And I was actually supposed to write something else for my 2026 adult romance. And I was having conversations with my editors about it. And then on the fly, on a phone call, I just pitched this whole other idea, this summer series about this Black family at the beach, and it was all out of spite. And mind you, my agent's on the phone. She hasn't heard anything about this. So she's probably like, oh, yeah, okay. My editors are eating it up. They're like, yes, we love it, we love it. And I was like, well, I guess I have to write it now. But for that reason, it's like the discoverability, because I feel like just a couple months prior, Curvy Girl Summer had come out. So I'm like, where's that?
Danielle Allen, if you're reading about that.
And I don't think Natasha Bishop's Only for the Week had been published in trad yet. But I'm also like, these books exist, so why aren't they on this table? Yeah. And a lot of that comes down to the nitty-gritty of sales and accounts and the way that your book is being pitched in-house and different.
I was going to ask you if you knew about TikTok, Book Talk specifically.
Girl, don't get me
I know
that's
right.
You know, a lot of publishing houses seem, I'm going to use the seem to be politically correct here, have turned their marketing over to Book Talk, who don't do books of color. You know, like you said, the beach reads. You know, Black people have been going to the beach forever. We was, when we were enslaved, the first place we got off was a beach.
I know, she is so What? Yes, very true. Oh, Miss Jenkins. She is hilarious.
Y'all know y'all can't take me nowhere. Oh, Lordy. But, you know, when you go into Barnes & Noble and you go into, but the independent stores are different. You know, they're going to have a little bit of everybody, especially the Black bookstores.
Yeah.
So, yeah, discoverability is an issue. Marketing is an issue. But you got to sell your own pizza. You know, I tell the young girls, you can't wait for anybody else to do your marketing. You got to hit the ground running. You know, you got to grab those names at those sign-ins. You know, you got to not wait for your editor or whoever to do your, what my agent calls your brag page. You know, every time you get a good quote, write it down.
Yeah.
And so pretty soon, if you're doing more, and you got to be more than a one-book wonder.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you should have at least, you need to be writing at least, I don't know, I got 60 books. Brenda Jackson got over 100 books.
Mm-hmm.
Girlfriend, I tell her she's Nora Roberts' love child. If you're in this for the long haul, look at it as a job. It's not a hobby.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm gonna shut up.
No, but I know. Now I'm just gonna keep piggybacking. But to that point, have a plan. But in terms of what you're saying about marketing and like being your own marketing person, when it comes to book talk, because Black book talk is a very big space, and so what I do a lot of the times, you know, my publisher has a influencer program, and sometimes they will do mailings and things like that, and I'm always like, can I see that list? And then I go, and which I don't love to do. I think that book talk is for readers. I shouldn't be in there, but I like to see who's talking about it so I can send them copies. So I will then look through my tags and then DM people, be like, hey, like I saw you like this. Would you like a copy of the next book and things like that? Because we kind of have to do our own little bit of guerrilla marketing. It's definitely a hustle.
Yeah.
You gotta do your own stuff. And here we go off on a Miss Bev tangent. If you're writing, you need to know as much as you can about the business of writing. You know, you need to know how to send if you're trying to go traditional, you need to know how to send a query letter. You need to know what makes a good query letter. You need to know, because there are people out here whose whole business is stealing your dreams.
Yes.
You should not be paying anybody to publish your stuff. If you're gonna pay yourself and self-publish.
Yes.
Learn as much as you can about that, and there are communities that will help you do that. Don't rely on somebody, my girlfriend said, don't rely on Ray now to publish your book. Learn as much as you can about the process to help yourself get started. Okay.
Sticking with that same point with giving practical advice to young authors or new up-and-coming authors who want to tap into the space, Kristina, you specifically, because you have experience in editorial, what editorial habit do you still use from your publishing days that every novelist should adopt?
That's a hard one.
That is a hard question. So I was an editorial intern, but I spent most of my time in publishing working in subsidiary rights. And in subsidiary rights, we are the department that sells authors' books to other publishers around the world. And a lot of what we do all day is pitching. So phone calls, emails, and I think the biggest, the pitching, honestly, is probably the biggest skill. Like I said, when I was on that phone call and I just randomly on the fly just started pitching this book I had not written yet. And I was it was like an out-of-body experience. I was like, listen to me, wow. But I was like, this is like my old job, tapping in. And then writing a pitch letter. I write a lot of my own copy. That goes on the back of the book. My editor will send me a draft, and I'm always like, thank you so much. And then I will go in and change everything. She's like, this is awesome. But that's definitely a skill that I've learned. And I think that, so to answer the question, every author should know where their book should sit in the market, or have an idea of where their book should sit in the market, and they should be able to come up with a 2-paragraph pitch that would go on the back of the book. And that a lot of the times for debut authors, what you write in your query letter ends up going on the back of the book. Yeah. They take that, and like your agent will take that pitch and then send it out to editors who are trying to buy your book. But that, I would say that's like the biggest skill that I took away from that, being able to say, this is what the book is, this is where I see it going. And then, because then there's so many meetings that your book has to go to. And so once you have that clear vision and you share it with your editor shares it with marketing and sales, and then sales shares it with bookstores. It really just like, it starts with you. If you know where you want the book to go and you have a clear vision,
Yeah.
it helps. And then it helps if you have people who support you.
Right.
Yeah.
You should be able to pitch your story in 2 minutes. You know, what's one of the great things about RWA before it got burned to the ground was that it taught you craft. And craft is one of your important things. So you need to be able to pitch your story. So if you're going to a conference and there are agents there who are taking pitches, you should be able to pitch your story in less than 2 minutes and get interest.
Yeah.
Jane Friedman, who is online, used to be big time in publishing, has a great website for up-and-coming authors. She's made it her business to try and grab you by the hand and lead you through the forest.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for info that works, and she's got webinars, and she has, you know, all kinds of great stuff for up-and-coming authors and seasoned authors too. So it's janefriedman.com.
Thank you for that. I think I was supposed to leave room for questions. Can I have a time check? Do I have time for, how many?
They said yes.
He said 4. He's holding up 4 fingers. Okay, does anyone have any questions for the authors? Okay,
Come up
all
and get
right. So he's gonna, oh, Miss Jenkins, he's gonna bring the mic up. Sit down. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Closer.
And so we'll let Junius.
Okay.
Hi.
Stand up.
Oh.
I'm pretty bossy.
Hello. Hi. I'm Afia. I'm a recent Howard graduate. I love both of you guys' books. I really like The Neighbor Favor and the series after. But I'm curious, in the current literary space, there seems to be a lot of people like doing self-publishing and a lot of fan fiction also that's becoming published as a legitimate book. So I'm curious as to like how you as authors draw the line between self-inserts, fan fiction, and like regular fiction as a whole.
So the question is about, do you know what, are you familiar with fan fiction?
Yeah, oh, fan fiction, yeah. Yeah, I don't read it, but I'm not going to dog it out either, because, you know, I got 60 books, and y'all got me, if it was up to y'all, I would be writing 24/7, 365 days. I'd have no bathroom breaks, I'd have no showers, none of that. So if y'all want to write stories about other characters that I have in my books, it's okay. Like, people want 2 shafts. I have been getting letters about, look at people going like this. You know, I tell them, y'all need to join the 2 Shafts Memorial Society. He don't want a book, but y'all want a book. So go ahead and write it. The only thing that would upset me would be if, I don't think anything could upset me, really. Because my reader's gonna know it's me, it's not me. You know, unless you wanna do something terrible like turn one of my people into a porno hole or something like that. You know, no, I don't like that. I probably shouldn't have said that, should I?
Thank you. Ms. Forrest, do you have any?
Don't ask me questions if you don't want answers.
My answer is similar. I have not read a ton of fan fiction, but I think that there are a lot of people who do really cool things with it, like the Love Hypothesis, which I believe is what is called alternate universe fan fiction. Right, like when I read that, I had no idea that it was inspired by Star Wars. And a book that I read very, very recently is called Once Upon a Time in Dollywood by Ashley Jordan. And I did an event with her in New York, and it's a brilliant book. And she revealed then that it was fan fiction, or it was originally fan fiction for The Walking Dead.
Oh, wow.
And after she said that, there was nothing else I can think about. I had a whole paper of questions, and I just kept saying, so wait. I just kept circling back, because my mind was so blown by that, because it sometimes can be so different and so original. So I guess
fan fiction can be great.
Yeah.
I will make this really quick. Is it helpful to go into bookstores and raise Cain when, as fans of your books, we don't see them? Is that helpful, or is there another way that we could help with the discovery?
Well, I mean, you can ask for them.
I do that.
Yeah. you go to the manager and you say, where are our books? But I had a sister who was clowning in a bookstore about my books not being on the shelf. And there they were on a dump by the door. So the manager was like, ma'am, they're right there. You know? So be sure you know what you're clowning about, okay?
Thank you.
Hi, folks. I'm Jasmine. We chatted before the event started, so happy to see y'all. I'm a Black woman bookstore owner in the area. I own Kindred Bookshop.
Yes.
Y'all don't have to yell at me to see their work. Just let me know that you want it. But I wanted to ask, what are y'all reading right now that you're like loving? And what are some romance books that you would love to see more of? I have my ideas, but I'd love to hear what y'all think.
Okay, right now, okay. No, this question, I'm always like, what's a book? Okay.
I'm pulling up
I'm actually
mine now.
reading Real right now by Kennedy Ryan. I'm also reading The Art of Loving You by Natasha Bishop. It's new. I'm reading it early. Those are the two books that I'm reading right now. And the second part of your question was,
What are some like subtropes, or what would you love to see more of in the romance genre, especially for Black authors?
I would love to see a little bit more cozy fantasy with Black authors, by Black authors. I personally don't write it. I love to read it, but Celestine Martin writes cozy fantasy with Black characters, and I would love to see a little bit more of that being acquired now.
I'm about 60% into Razorblade Tears by S.A. Cosby. Oh my God. The brother can write. And as for what I would like to see, I mean, I played in all the Sandbox's cassette fantasy. And I got a dragon book. And I would like to be able to bring that to the forefront. I'd like to see more romanticy, with told through a Black gaze. For those who don't know what romanticy is, it's fantasy and romance.
Yes.
It's usually dragons or, stuff like that. Because that's what I read. I read romance. I mean, I read fantasy. I'm a big fantasy reader. I don't read too much romance now, because I don't want the idea of somebody else's romance, falling into my stuff. The other way around is okay, but I'm a big fantasy reader, so I want dragons. I want Wakanda with dragons.
Yes, that's good.
Hi, I'm Tippy. You know what? I consider you all to be brilliant. You spent years honing your craft and getting it to be where it's excellent. So I'm wondering, how do you feel about AI, and do you even feel there's a place for it? Because I think it's troubling. So
I'm on the list.
Yeah.
They scraped, I don't know, 40 of my books.
Wow.
I know, and what really, really upset me or made me cuss was when they told the judge, well, if we had asked for permission or had to pay, we wouldn't have been able to afford it.
It's like, don't do it. Yeah.
Really? So we've got, there's tons of cases. It's taken away from not only authors, but Black artists, Black screenwriters, Black graphic artists. And I don't think people really get it. It's not fair use, it's theft. It's theft. So there's one judgment last week where we're supposed to get $3,000 per book. But some people are going to have to split that with their publisher. Some people whose copyright did not get registered by their publisher won't get a dime. Because the traditional publisher is supposed to register your stuff with the Copyright Office, and some publishers did not do that.
Wow.
So they won't get any money. So we'll wait and see what the rest of the court cases have to say. But I am so not, and they're taking people's faces. They got a young woman who's doing R&B. There's also an actress that they've created who's got agents. Huh? So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm not a big AI fan.
Yeah, me neither. No, I think I hate it. It's like the hill that I would die on. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
And it's not good either. I know, never mind.
We'll take one more. Well, two more. Him and, yep.
Hi, my name is Reginald Wright, and it's not so much as a question as it is an abutment to some of the comments you made. First, about the business of your art or craft. It's vital that you understand what's going on behind the scenes. Some years ago, I was listening to a radio station up in Philadelphia, WDAS, and they had an interview with Eddie Levert of the OJs. And he was talking about how many artists who were so happy to be on stage singing, but behind the scenes they were getting the money literally pulled out of their pockets by their agents and the producers and whatnot. So keep your mind, like it said, mind on your money and money on your mind.
Period.
Second, AI. Don't trust it. I'm in the IT industry, okay, so, and a few years ago, they started going to actors and producers saying, hey, can we, get you to sign this and sign that? Read between the lines. Protect your IP at all costs, intellectual property at all costs. Okay? The other thing was, make sure you are, in front and in the back of all your craft, okay? Make sure you make them dot the I's and cross the T's. Before I got up, came down here to DC, I was playing a little local band, played trombone, or R&B band up in Philadelphia, Delaware Valley area. And we were very good. You will not believe out of the woodwork how many, hey, I can help you get your record made, and I can get you on the radio station, And when you start to dig, after, oh, that's great, wait a minute, step back. Let's see what's going on. Oh, heck no. Oh, heck no. This little, it's just a little contract. Go ahead and sign. Learn the business.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Or you won't have a business.
Thank you. And the last question.
Hi. So I'm curious how much input y'all have around your book covers. And the reason I ask this is because, and I think Ms. Bev, I told you this story when I met you at Raw 24 last year, was I was in the library, and the reason I picked up Before the Dawn was because I said, is that a black man with cornrows on the cover of a historical romance? Because
girl,
you recognize, like you know what a historical romance book cover looks like, but to see somebody with cornrows, I was like, I'm not reading the back. I don't care what this book is about. I'm picking it up. And so and that's, I feel like, is how a lot of us find our books. We're like, who looks like us? And so just curious if you all have some input in that.
There's a battle that, if you look at the old covers, the clinch covers, we call them clinch covers, and the women with all this hair, 8 pounds of hair, right? and there was no product back then. So, you learn to fight your battles about what's in between the covers and not what's on the cover.
Yeah.
But yeah, that stuck out for me. I'm like, what are y'all doing? But they said, well, you said braids. I was like, no. These are cornrows. These aren't braids. So anyway. So like I said, and art, they're doing so many covers that they don't have time to read the books. So you can't fault them for what they're putting on the cover. But like I said, I'm more interested about fighting for what's in between the covers as opposed to what's on the cover.
I fight. My cover designer hates to see me come in because I have very elaborate Pinterest boards that I send, and I send a whole description of what they look like. Speaking of braids, very recently, the cover for my next book, in the book she has French curl braids, and on the cover, it's beautiful. I can't wait to share. But she gives her Fulani braids, and they were so beautiful. But I said, this looks so great. I'm so sorry, but they're wrong. And I was like, just have to explain. They gave her these kind of braids. It's supposed to be this. And luckily, I work with a team who they just know that I'm very detail oriented, and so they went back and asked her to edit it. It's just my personality that I'm so involved in the cover, but not in a way that I think that gets annoying, like too many cooks in the kitchen or trying to step on somebody's toes. I try to be very respectful, but I try to give a lot of information ahead of time, because like you're saying, a lot of designers work on a lot of books this season, and so that's why I send those very elaborate Pinterest boards, so they know the vibe and what the characters look like and things like that. Try to get it as right as possible, because I know sometimes the readers will point things out, like you're saying with the braids, and then you're like, oh, you don't really have anything to say, because sometimes things do get a little bit out of your hands. There's only so many rounds on a cover that you can do. But try to get it right as much as possible.
That matters. Okay. I think we're at time. I'm sorry, guys. We have to say goodbye.
Thank y'all so much. Yeah, we're an awesome audience. Thank you so much. And I want to thank our sponsors for bringing us in.
Not you doing the closing for me. Oh, thank you. That's fine.
Girl, I told you I would take over. I will take over a panel in a minute.
Miss Jenkins, but really quick, tell them where you're from. Huh? Tell them where you're from.
East Side of Detroit.
Period. Just so you know. Yeah.
In the house.
No, thank you, everyone. This has been a lot of fun. Yeah,
Thank you,
I guess.
Ashley.
Thank you. I'm gonna read my closing because I prepared it and I think it's beautiful.
All right.
So I'm gonna read it anyway.
I'm gonna shut up.
I'm gonna say thank you, Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Forrest, for sharing your time and craft with us, and for inspiring writers and readers to realize wonderful romance possibilities for ourselves. And thank you to everyone here for listening, supporting, and carrying these stories forward. Please join us after the panel for a bit of conversation. You could pick up some copies, like I stated before, maybe even speak to the authors, get some pictures, and keep the resistance of Black love alive in your reading, writing, and your community. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Throwing water at us.
Whoa.
Following on, of course, I network with the authors, talking to them, and all those different things. We'll have a panel discussing AI and sort of how it's impacting the literature and different things of that. So if y'all want to see the next one, it'll be probably about 10, 20 minutes after we, of course, met the authors and talking about their amazing things. Pretty awesome.
You guys tell me, signal, I'll keep an eye on you, but signal when you're done. When you're had enough. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James by way of report, and I'm a 2021 graduate of Howard's Bachelor's of History program, a 2023 graduate of Howard's Master's of History program, and currently a third-year PhD student in Howard's Advanced Studies program as well. Currently, I also serve as the Archives and Communication Specialist for MSRC, and I will be your host for the event today. On behalf of the entire family at the center, we would like to welcome everyone to Day 2 of our International Black Writers Festival, hosted by the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center at our university. From our events to our clothing and our archives, here at MSRC, we pride ourselves on protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets like the festival we have curated for you all this week. To keep up to date with our events and news, follow us on our Instagram page at Moorland-HU or our website at msrc.howard.edu. For our fourth activation in our festival today, we'll be starting the panel, Dissecting the Double-Edged Sword of AI and Technology, Oppression of Opportunities for the African Diaspora. This panel will discuss how emerging technologies are rapidly transforming our world. Also, it will discuss how Black people and communities are often subjected to deep systematic racism through biased algorithms, data surveillance, and environmental harm, including inequities in education and more. This panel will convene Black scholars and researchers whose work critically examines these issues. Together, we'll explore how tech and AI are shaping our lives and futures, and how we can collectively resist and reimagine these tools, and how to advance equity and self-determination through an Afro-futuristic lens. This panel will also be moderated by Dr. Kweli Zukeri. I hope I said that correctly. Dr. Kweli Zukeri has worked at Howard University for 15 years, beginning as a web developer and now serving as AVP of Web Innovation and Strategy in the Office of University Communications. He led the development of centralized cloud-based web system that supports over 90 redesigned university sites and enables seamless content distribution across key platforms like the Dig, Howard Magazine, and the Staff Faculty Profile site. In his current role, Dr. Kweli Zukeri advances Howard's use of emerging AI-powered web technologies, including a culturally relevant chatbot for content managers. He is also a founding member of the Presidential AI Council, guiding the university's responsible and equitable AI adoption. He has also hosted and co-produced the HU2U podcast miniseries, The Gen AI Revolution, Navigating the Potential and Peril for Howard University and our communities. We're going to start the panel now, and we look forward to everything you learn from this. Thank you so much.
Peace. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us here today. Thank you for the panelists for coming into town to be here as well. I'm really excited to have this conversation and convene this panel. These scholars are all awesome and do awesome work, so just feel very fortunate to be on the stage with them. So as the brother said, my name is Dr. Kweli Zukeri. I just go by Kweli or Dr. Kweli. He said the name of the panel, so I convened this panel, put it together, very intentional about who's here, and I'll be moderating today. I just want to first start by grounding us in the subject matter. I saw a lot of you kind of nodding your head as he talked about like the racism we see in technology. So we're all starting to become aware of these things. So I want to just ground us briefly and then get into, allow these scholars to talk about their work and what they have found, and then go through an exercise in Afrofuturism, because it's so important that we can imagine something different and not just talk about our problems, right? So as he mentioned, I've been at Howard for about 15 years. Work in the web space. The thing that my team is, so it's web innovation and strategy, and so what my team is focusing on right now, beyond just managing our public-facing web presence at the university, is how we can utilize AI and different new web technologies to enhance our web presence. And I'm also on the AI Advisory Council at Howard, and we are formulating governance policies for the university and helping the university essentially, strategically position ourselves to take advantage of this technology and all it has to offer. Now, I think it's so important that when we do that, we have a critical and equitable approach to that adoption, right? We don't just say we're going to do it all just because it's there. We really have to be critical about it. So I love what I do. It's fun. I'm a nerd. I'm a geek, right? I love to geek out on this stuff. But for me, this stuff is really meaningful because it's in service of preserving and enhancing this very important Black space that we have here and supporting Black education. That's why it really matters. I want to see this space thrive, right? So I give you my background because it's relevant to the subject at hand, but I also want to say, like, what I say doesn't represent the university. I can't speak on behalf of the university, and I don't intend to. I'm here as one of the organizers of this festival for 3 years in a row. I'm a Howard alum as well. I consider myself a scholar in the Black radical tradition, right, which is a tradition that says we need to have scholarship, not just for scholarship's sake, but what are we doing with that scholarship in our community? What does it matter, right? Let's do something with it. Let's change things. And also just as a Black man deeply concerned with our present and future as a people, as a community. And this is one aspect that I really want to focus on. So I convene this panel in part because I really experience cognitive dissonance every day with what I do. I love what I do, but I also understand that with generative AI, there is a lot of harm, just like other technologies that we'll get into. But when you're conscious of that harm, it creates this tension, right? So I'm trying to come to terms with that tension and figure out ways to make things better in this space. So tech in general can benefit society at large in many ways, but the way it's structured and deployed also creates and exacerbates deep inequities. And it does this in some particularly nefarious ways for Black and brown people and community. So I'm gonna comment just a little bit when it comes to generative AI, but the panel will also really expound upon that in terms of the other types of technologies that we want to talk about. So some of the good things, right? So I create study guides from generative AI to help Black and brown youth develop critical consciousness, right? I've seen generative AI help Black entrepreneurs and innovators to maintain and grow their small businesses, right? You can do so much and be so productive with generative AI, so it kind of changes the game. I've seen professionals and academics alike here at Howard use it to save so much time. Who here has had to create annotated bibliography for their work? It can take hours, right? And it's boring. But when you use generative AI, it can cut the workload down to maybe like 30 minutes, right? So it has a lot of purpose. We can use it to increase productivity to support our righteous intentions. However, the notion of productivity in and of itself within a capitalistic society is largely dictated by corporate bottom lines. Would that lead us to getting our time back and living life more fully, right, when it's in this capitalistic society? Or being expected to produce, or are we just being expected to produce more as cogs in a machine? Or is our mental labor going to be replaced by that machine altogether, right? So we need to use it for the right purpose, not for these kind of nefarious ends in this society. And I always say we need to remember the lessons of the cotton gin, right? That was used to increase productivity, and look what it did. It created a new extreme level of exploitation of free African labor. And to be able to consider such questions as productivity and the leisure that it could provide illuminates a privilege in and of itself, as this tech doesn't necessarily support the day-to-day of working class folks nearly as much as those of us who consider ourselves professionals, although it's impacting them severely also, right? And there's a huge digital divide in this country that leaves many people of African descent locked out of the benefits of digital technology altogether, here and globally. And so most of us by now have heard about generative AI's environmental impact amidst an existing existential climate crisis and the related environmental racism, so we're gonna get more into that. So we know there's a deep and multidimensional cost to this technology. Is it worth it? We gotta start there, because there's a narrative being spun by big tech that like this is inevitable and that we have to do this, but is it worth it? So it used to be this prevailing notion that technology is neutral. But with the advent of machine learning and the prevalence of machine learning, it's very clear now that technology is not neutral. This is in part because its creation, its very essence, is inseparable from the American experience itself, which we know is intertwined with enslavement and exploitation of African people and a genocide of indigenous people. And that legacy is now interwoven into the data and algorithms that are the basis of this system. So that's why we must proactively repurpose it within a critical framework and a historical grounding, remembering that the world's earliest sophisticated knowledge systems and technologies were first developed in ancient Africa, in ancient Egypt, which was actually called Kemet, and which is the origin of so much of humanity's intellectual genealogy. We owe so much to that civilization and to Africa for these systems. This means that modern day knowledge and technology owes so much to Africana heritage, and we need to stand on that foundation of awareness. And when we do so, perhaps we can imagine a better future, grounding ourselves in the past. So that being said, I want to introduce our esteemed panelists and get to it. So first, I want to introduce Dr. Talton McElwain. Raise your hand. Can we give it up for him?
Thank you, thank you.
He's the Vice Provost for Faculty Development, Pathways, and Public Interest Technology at NYU, where he's also Professor of Media, Culture, and Communication. He's the author of the recent book, Black Software, The Internet and Racial Justice, From the AfroNet to Black Lives Matter. He works at the intersections of computing technology, race, inequality, and racial justice activism. Dr. McElwain is a founder of the Center for Critical Race and Digital Studies and is board president at the Data and Society Research Institute. Next, Dr. Simone Brown. Dr. Brown is an associate professor in the Department of African and African Diaspora Studies and director of the Center for Women's and Gender Studies at UT at Austin. She's the author of Dark Matters on the Surveillance of Blackness. Her research focuses on the social and ethical implications of surveillance, both AI-enabled and not. She's currently writing her second book, which examines the interventions made by artists whose works grapple with the surveillance of Black life. Next, Dr. Tiara Tanksley. Y'all actually sat in the order that I wrote. I didn't think She is an educational research scholar whose work examines the socio-emotional and mental health and academic impacts of digital and AI technologies on Black youth. Her scholarship, which theorizes a critical race technology theory in education, examines anti-Blackness as the default setting of schools and school-based technologies, simultaneously recognizing Black youth as digital activists and civic agitators. In 2020, she founded the Race, Abolition, and Artificial Intelligence Summer Program that prepares young people to have more critical, agentic, and algorithmically conscious relationships with digital technologies. And last, we have Dr. Gloria Washington, who's an associate professor of computer science here at Howard and an empathetic technology researcher that focuses on the intersection of human-centered computing, affective computing, and biometrics. She runs Howard's Effective Biometrics Lab, as well as the Institute for Human-Centered Technology here. She's the principal investigator for Howard's Elevate Black Voices project, which has done pioneering work in creating a massive audio data set of African-American vernacular English representing all regional dialects across the country in order to improve voice-to-text technologies to better understand Black speech. And we are very proud of her and her team's work here at Howard, please believe. So, this is our panel. So the first question, and I'm going to sit down here, is for Dr. McElwain. So Dr. McElwain, we need you to ground us in history. You've uncovered little known history about Black contributions to text development, as well as its nefarious uses against us in the early days. Can you provide a brief historical frame of reference about the role of people of African descent in modern technological advancements in this country, as well as how tech was used in its earlier days to repress Black movement building and activism?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's such a good question. I'm going to have a hard time with that one word you said, which was brief, but I'm going to try. Before I get started, I want to say thanks to everyone for the invitation here. It's good to be back on Howard's campus and here in this particular building where I spent several days in the archives writing what became Black Software. So let me talk about history in this way and frame it really starting with the relatively recent present, because this is the way I ended up in this historical framing for the book and really what has grounded my sense of understanding of technology and technology evolution over a period of time, from early computing to our AI present, if we want to call it that. So think about these things. Number one, I started my investigations interested in one question. It was, how did a brilliant group of primarily Black activists so adroitly use digital tools to begin the Black Lives Matter movement? That's what I originally set out to try to understand, very quickly ending up in a historical time period in the mid-1990s with the advent of the World Wide Web. And in that moment, at least discovering for myself, that in no uncertain terms that what we knew and what we now know as the web, the internet, et cetera, was built by folks that look like the folks in this room. So discovering folks, and there used to be an early chapter of Black Software, I changed the title on it, but it said, "Remember when the internet was black." And that was by understanding and talking to a group of people to know that when the web came online as a bunch of technical, really hardware, software, et cetera, the imaginations of folks who had control of it from the beginning was to do things like digitize the phone book. When they thought about uses and really commercial uses for that technology, there was not much imagination. And it was a group of Black entrepreneurs who stepped into that void and said, here's what this technology can be used for. And when they saw that success, many of these early companies, AOL, CompuServe, et cetera, some of y'all will remember those, look to that group of folks to say, how do we build this new thing? In the middle of that, I started talking to folks, and I would always ask a question at the beginning, and that question was, when did you first get online? I thought I knew the answer, right? 94, 95, 96, the birth of the web, et cetera. At some point, I talked to a gentleman named William Morrell, who's in Boston, and I said, William, when did you first get online? And he kind of stumbled a little bit, and then he said, about 1978. And I looked at him and I said, you gotta tell me what you mean. And he told a long story about being at IBM in 1978 and IBM building an internet that basically served their work out into the field, troubleshooting computers, et cetera. My point being is slowly and little by little, I started to go further back in history, and it was with William's answer to that question that I stopped and said, there is more here than my question about Black Lives Matter. And my questions began to be, what has African Americans' relationship to computing technology been in a longer history, in a historical trajectory? It was at that moment that I have to credit reading Dr. Brown's book that really set up then my shift in thinking to think historically about these questions. So here's the answer to your question. I'm gonna try to wrap this up very quickly. My historical grounding is in a chain of logic and actions from the late 50s up through the present. It goes something like this. We know the adage, follow the money if we want to find the root to a given problem. What I say, if we want to look to the problems of technology, we look to what and how the problem has evolved, right? So early in the 1960s, Tom Watson, the founder or the CEO of IBM, the leading manufacturing computing at that time, said that computers were problem-solving machines. IBM had a process when they wanted to go get a new customer, they walk in the door and say, what's your problem? And then they would build a system, computing system to solve that problem. So ask ourselves a question, in 1962, 3, 4, 5, what was this country's most pressing problem? If you asked the president, Lyndon Johnson, he would have said, as the white America said that the problem was crime. And many of us know that that crime problem was translated into a black problem, that we personified the crime problem that folks were afraid of in the 1960s. Fast forward, 1965, a commission on crime is called into being by the president, and that commission is given two mandates: help us understand the genesis of crime and criminal behavior, tell us how to use these new computing tools to solve that problem. That problem was essentially solved by 1968 in the advent of what was then called Alert 2 and a new class of what was called criminal justice information systems. Think about the common practice now of racial profiling. It had its origins in that system. I'm gonna end with this. About 5 or 6 years ago, The Intercept had a groundbreaking story, and the headline read something like, IBM and NYPD collude and collaborate to build a facial recognition system that can identify criminal subjects by skin color. Their bombshell was, number one, these two entities had been collaborating in secret for 5 years, and here was the magnitude of what they had built. I remember reading it, and I remember sitting and having a laugh inside because I said, you completely missed the point. This is not a 5-year relationship. It is a more than 50-year one. Meaning that our current system, when we think about technology, its harms, et cetera, have just been perfected since the 1960s as technology has evolved. And that I will leave us with as a way to think about and frame where we are now vis-a-vis technology and where we might be able to go.
Oh, thank you. I know there's so much more you can say about that. As a follow-up, how are some ways that big tech is currently participating in repression of Black activism and movement/power building efforts?
Also a hard question to stay brief on, but I'll put it this way. I'll limit it to one thing that I think is paramount amongst all of them, and it's still the baseline issue of representation. 1967, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission got a bunch of big companies in New York, IBM included, called them to a forum and basically said, when we look at your companies, the Fortune 500s, 100s, et cetera, none of you have diverse workforces. If we look at your leadership, those are even less diverse. We don't see Black folks, we don't see Puerto Ricans, we don't see any array of diversity, and that must change. Essentially, from that day to our present, the percentage of Black and brown folks at tech companies has not changed. There have been efforts, there have been pushes and pulls, but essentially that really hasn't changed. And I think that is something that has to change if there is to be real power in these technological systems where these companies dominate. And I think that when we have these companies that are taking more and more and ceding less and less ground, if we have no role, position, leadership in those, if we are not in roles where we're able to say, we are not gonna invest more money in building facial recognition systems, we are not gonna do this, we are going to do other things that empower people and communities, then I think we have a significant challenge. Many other challenges there, but I think most of those are gonna be hampered by that one in particular.
Yeah, we need to be in the room. I agree. Thank you, Dr. McElwain. Dr. Brown. Oh, go ahead. The next question is for you, Dr. Brown. You've deeply examined how surveillance of Africans in the United States has been used to criminalize and control Black people since the earliest days of enslavement all the way up to the present. Can you briefly break down, but as well as you can, that progression and explain how it impacts the Black experience today?
Thank you for the question. So in brief, I started with the idea that surveillance is nothing new to Black folks. It is the fact of anti-Blackness. Surveillance is the operating system of our time and of racism. And what I wanted to do was to kind of historicize surveillance in my work, to not see it as Ring doorbells and drones and facial recognition technology, but to look at its pre-configurations, its historic formation. And I looked to transatlantic slavery and plantation management in the US and other spaces. And so I'll give two brief examples. One of that is something called lantern laws. And these were laws that were formulated in response to Black rebellion, Black resistance, and revolt by enslaved people. And there were laws around the 18th century that would govern Black movement after dark. And so you think about the notion that someone with Black enslaved folks, indigenous folks, would have to carry with them a lit candle as they moved about, say, New York City, Boston, and other spaces. And so you see here that privacy, segregation happened after dark. And these technologies, this candle will be basically a technology of surveillance. Think of like whose body becomes the lighting infrastructure of a city. And you can see that being an early iteration of stop and frisk technologies. If you were without this lit candle, you could be stopped, frisked, jailed, and other things by any white person who deputized themselves to do so. Another example that I've looked at is biometric technology. And I want to think about its earlier iterations again with the branding of enslaved people, whether for vending, for the purposes of discipline. So the notion of someone being marked with the crown of the sovereign, or R for runaway, or the name of a plantation. And to see this as an early formation of biometric technologies. So biometrics are basically the ways that the human body is measured, and then those measurements are put into certain practices. So you can think about them operating in three ways. The question of identification, who are you? Verification, are you who you say you are? And automation, is anybody there? And think about automation when we put our hands in front of those automated faucets in a bathroom. Sometimes they don't necessarily work for many of us. And so whose bodies are these technologies designed to work for right out of the box? Who's the default setting? Biometrics right now are something that we use almost every day. You might use your palm to pay for something, your fingerprint to open up a phone. You might use facial recognition, or biometrics might use you actually, but facial recognition to go through TSA at an airport. And so that was the kind of work that I wanted to do and question these technologies. And so biometrics, just a little bit about that. They're often marketed as efficient, streamlined, and a convenience. And often, as users, as consumers, many people don't put into consideration, what happens to these technologies when all of this data is collated. It's stored indefinitely, it's shared and sold with other companies. And when it's linked to things to form a data profile, and those things being, if you're trying to catch an Uber and your battery is down to 5%, do you have surge pricing? Or how many tabs you have open on your browser, your shopping history, who you're in communication with on your WhatsApp chats, and all of those things together, your biometric profile and these various data profiles, can be used for, I don't want to say genocidal things, that we see what's happening in Palestine now, for example. Maybe I can talk a little bit about that if we have time as well. So it might seem harmless when we give up our privacy for convenience, but when they are used, you mentioned the term about algorithmic harms and discrimination and bias when it comes to sentencing, when it comes to predictive policing. And in the case of in Gaza and in Palestine, you have, for example, a program called Lavender, where all of this data was I guess, collated, put together to index those that were said to be fighters with Hamas. And they combined that with a targeting targeting software called Where's Daddy? And that would be used to not only decimate houses, homes, and people inside of them, often killing. The idea is saying to kill somebody who is part of Hamas, but actually also killing everyone else inside of the house at the same time. This is what happens when all of these data profiles are put together. And so we know that what gets tested at home on Black folks get also tested abroad on other people as well. And so I wanted to us to always think about that these technologies, when we give up our privacy for convenience, I guess it's kind of infuriating to think about that these aren't harmless technologies at all, and it's kind of the work I wanted to do there. Yeah.
Oh, that's a great point, and I'm glad you brought up Palestine. And for anyone who is not aware, there's a genocide happening there. Let's be clear, by the Israeli government of the Palestinian people. That's not a question. And recently, Microsoft got into some trouble because their servers are being used by the Israeli government to store phone calls of Palestinian people, like millions and millions of phone calls. And there was pressure put on Microsoft from employees, from activists, and also from investors representing over $80 million of ownership of the company to stop that, because that's a human rights violation, to say the least. These are war crimes. And they recently said that they were going to stop, right? So that's just a start. But it does tell you that when people take action and hold companies accountable, it can make a difference, right? So that's really important. And that's just scratching the surface of that issue and surveillance there. But as a follow-up, you talked some about some of the kind of, less obvious ways that we're being tracked, because it's just such a part of our lives, the way we interact with digital technology. So as we become more aware that we're being surveilled and what the implications could be, what are some ways that people can protect themselves?
To be, I think, really kind of concerned about the same data profile, because the question of surge pricing or surveillance pricing. And so there was a report that came out by the Federal Trade Commission, I think last year or earlier this year, around surveillance pricing. And it's the idea that you might go into a store like Kroger or CVS, and they would have something that's called these kind of electronic shelves labeling, where the price could change, the digital price tag could change depending on who is the shopper. So you have your phone, sometimes you're like, I was looking something up, I was talking to someone, and suddenly I have this advertisement on my phone. Your phone could ping something on one of these electronic shelves, and then it would come back that your price might surge or you might get a sale. And so those are the kinds of concerns when we think about the ways that we could try to minimize our data. Sometimes when things are free, they're not really that free when we sign up for, certain cards, loyalty cards or so. And I think that's one of the kind of nefarious ways when it comes to, us people as consumers and shopping and those kind of things. And it's not necessarily, one and the same to the quite carceral ways in which these technologies are used when it comes to the policing of Black and Indigenous and working class people, but often they are the same companies and the same platforms. And so we do have to hold them accountable, but also hold consumers accountable for how they, and I say they, but I mean we or I, the ways that I kind of allow it, not necessarily allow it to happen through my own use of this technology, if that makes sense.
Definitely. Thank you, Dr. Brown. So the next question is for you, Dr. Tanksley. Your research around AI's use in education has illuminated some very useful insights underlying its negative impacts, as well as opportunities to empower Black students by helping them develop critical race algorithmic literacy. Can you please break down what that is and provide an overview of some of your related research findings and the implications?
Yeah, for sure. So I'll start with some of the larger research. So, many of us heard about ChatGPT in November 2022, right? But I think it's important to understand this issue has been historic, right? So there's all kinds of different artificial intelligence technologies that exist in school. And I'm gonna walk you through just some of them and some of their issues. So I'm gonna start with learning technologies. Oftentimes learning technologies like chatbot tutors are introduced into our schools, particularly Black and brown schools, as things that can close the achievement gap, right? That can provide support for students who are navigating underfunded schools, right? Or schools who teachers are often teaching outside of their core credential area, right? However, there's a lot of issues with these tutoring bots. So first of all, Conmigo, which is one of the most popular chat tutor or chatbot tutor for math, is actually fundamentally unable to teach or do math, right? And LLMs in general are fundamentally unable to do math. And that's because they're designed to find patterns, probabilistic patterns in human language. They're not actually designed to do any sort of quantitative reasoning, right? Also, so these technologies fail consistently when asked to do basic arithmetic, when asked to do geometry, when asked to do algebra, right? And so to target schools that have students who are struggling in math because of systemic issues, right? Systemic resource deprivation, et cetera, is to actually threaten to widen achievement gaps, right? I'll also say that a study out of Penn recently found that students of color who use ChatGPT to study for math tests actually perform worse than the students who do use it to study for math tests. So again, we see how AI is actually inducing achievement gaps. In the realm of social science, teachers are often employing these AI technologies in order to teach social studies, right? And to make it more interactive, where you can have a bot actually don a historical persona. But when researchers actually used Conmigo's Harriet Tubman AI, right, which is already concerning. But when they asked Harriet Tubman AI questions about Black history, the bot actually quoted Kanye West and said that slavery was a choice, right? That reparations or reverse racism, that CRT is problematic, right? All kinds of things. This is them teaching social studies in our schools, right? ChatGPT has actually been found in March of 2024 to have astronomical risk for African Americans for a variety of reasons. One being that ChatGPT, as it scales, right? We're told that as these systems scales, these bugs can be worked out, right? But actually, as they scale, they become increasingly anti-Black. That actually these systems optimize for anti-Blackness. So it becomes more covert and more violent. And as an example, researchers found that ChatGPT is more likely to suggest Black folks for lower paying jobs and harsher sentences, but also more likely to recommend them for the death penalty, right? And these are the technologies that are undergirding our predictive policing systems and our automated sentencing systems, right? And so as a result of that study, researchers found that ChatGPT actually exhibits the highest level of anti-Black racism ever experimentally recorded. The only period that it was closest to was Jim Crow, right? So that's bad. That's the learning technologies. But those are not the only technologies in schools. Our schools are also adopting anti-cheating technologies. 2/3 of our schools actually use anti-cheating technologies, right? And this came around the time where people were saying that kids are cheating with ChatGPT, and so they adopted technologies to stop this cheating from happening, this cheating. So AI detectors are some of the most popular ones, right? When teachers use anti-cheating technologies to determine if students used AI for their writing, right? These technologies, again, are fundamentally incapable of distinguishing between human-generated writing and AI writing, so they're just fundamentally incorrect a majority of the time. But also researchers found that these tools misidentify, or they over-identify Black English, right, AAVE, as being AI generated, which means that Black students are more likely to be falsely flagged as cheaters by these technologies at a rate of 67%, right? As a result, they're often given lower grades, right? They report having failed courses because their teachers believe that the AI is true, right? But in fact, and they also get disciplinary issues, right? When you're constantly flagged as cheating. So that's an issue. I also talk about the school safety technologies. So the rise of school shootings has also encouraged schools to adopt AI technologies that can predict detect and deter campus-based violence, right? And to proactively search for signs of distress or mental health disorders. These content moderation systems that exist not only in the Wi-Fi, but also in the school-owned devices, flag searches for Black English or searches for Black culture, right? So a search that said, what is Juneteenth, flagged as being inappropriate or explicit, right? Black content is blocked from these devices. And then if you were to actually write emails using AAVE, the content moderation system also flags that as being dangerous, right? So not only are students unable to access content about their lives and their histories and their culture, but these flags are also disciplinary flags, right? So you're going to get expelled, suspended, punished if you are accessing content that's inappropriate, or if you are writing something that seems like it's dangerous, right? Speaking in AAVE is flagged as dangerous. And I wanna note that every single one of these technologies are directly tied to law enforcement. So when your flags are happening because a student searched, "I am a Black man," which is a real flag that happened, right? That results in police coming to campus. Now, because Black students are disproportionately, they're more likely to use school-owned devices, right, because of socially engineered poverty, they are also using these devices at home. And so researchers have found that when they're doing their Black history subjects or their research, right, that the police are coming to their house, because the algorithms are flagging them after school hours. So while in school, maybe the principal gets the flag, after school is the police coming to your house, and this has happened many times, right? Another example of that technology is Proctorio, these facial recognition technologies. So while Proctorio is a technology that determines cheating in real time, researchers found that the technology is pretty faulty. A lot of these technologies are very faulty, right? On their website, they actually say that their facial detection system can distinguish between, and this is a quote, humans and lifeless objects. And yet the technology is incapable of identifying Black faces, right? So when Black students try to log on using these facial detection systems, they actually get a notification that's something like no human detected, right? Almost like Winter's work around no humans involved, right? Again, those technologies are also connected to the police. So there is a range of technologies that are producing not only gaps in achievement and performance, and I would say synthetic gaps, right? AI-induced gaps in achievement and opportunity, but they're also exacerbating gaps in discipline, in feelings of safety and belonging, and et cetera. So I really think that the idea that AI is somehow making our schools more equitable and more safe is a fallacy.
Can't argue with all of those stats. I think that is one of the scariest parts of technology, is how it's affecting the minds of our youth and criminalizing them as well. Something that's really important about your work, though, is you have a program that you have explored with Black youth to see what happens when they understand some of these things and they dissect this technology. Can you talk about what happens to our youth when they learn some of these things and actually dig into it?
Yeah. So I'm going to start that by answering the second half of your first question, which was about critical race algorithmic literacy. So the goal of this program is to actually foster young people's critical race algorithmic literacy. And I use algorithmic for a very particular reason. So an algorithm is defined computationally as a set of instructions designed to solve a problem, right? And building off of what you just said, how tech industry, they build these tools to solve problems, right? And it reminds me of W.E.B. Du Bois's question of how does it feel to be a problem, right? And the idea, his assertion that the problem of the 20th century, and I would say the 21st century, is the problem, the Negro problem, right? So if technologies are consistently giving anti-Black results, right? All of those technologies that I just talked about that actually exacerbate Black death, dying, and discipline, then it seems like the problem that these tools are designed to solve is the problem of Black life, right? And so I have argued that anti-Blackness is an algorithm, right? It is the algorithm designed to solve the problem of Black life. And so that's a point of entry into our discussion about schools and school-based technologies as being, by default anti-Black, and about denigrating, disciplining, surveilling, right, the Black body. From there, we take a more expansive look at tools that move beyond the user and the tool, right? I don't want students to come out of this class and know how to prompt engineer, right? They work with ChatGPT more effectively. We're talking about reading the technological hardware, software, and infrastructures as text, right? Thinking about how do we understand content moderation systems, how do we understand machine learning models, and even thinking about the socio-technical, right? How these technologies not only produce racism, right, but they actually the way they're designed is inherently racist. We take a historical approach, and experiential knowledge is really key. So these students know a lot about AI, often more than I do, right? And so really centering them as creators and producers of knowledge is very important. And then we broaden our discussion to also think about the ecological systems in which technologies reside, right? So I know it was mentioned earlier, thinking about the environmental cost. ChatGPT drinks water, right? Students don't always know that. ChatGPT drinks fresh water, right? So it's actually creating a lot of disparities in our communities. Our rivers are running dry, quite literally. The data centers are disproportionately placed in Black and brown communities, which means that the carbon footprints and the energy issues disproportionately affect us, right? We don't have running water in a lot of these communities. We have whole communities that go without power because of data centers, right? Elon Musk's data center in Memphis, Tennessee is actually now that area is considered the asthma capital of the US, and the Black residents are in constant respiratory distress because of the methane gas turbines that are used to power his AI data center. Grok on Twitter, right? So the students learn about those environmental consequences as well. We read your work also. And so they learned about surveillance and the histories of surveillance. And then finally, they look at the labor conditions, right? Who's actually training these systems? Who's behind the scenes? Because every time it's Black and brown folks, right? Prisoners are tasked with cleaning ChatGPT. Folks in Ghana and Kenya are paid less than $2 a day to train ChatGPT. The list goes on, right? So they learn all of those different things, as well as, the minerals for our devices are actually mined from African countries. Our products are assembled in US prisons. Our call centers are located in US prisons. For you calling up Apple, you might be talking to somebody who was incarcerated, right? And then where do our technologies go to die? African countries, right? They're dumped for miles in what's called electronic graveyards, right? And so there's all of these toxic nuclear issues that surround our Black community. So this is a global phenomenon. And so students understand that it's not just about how they're using ChatGPT, it's that broader ecology, right? That anti-Blackness is global, and it's tied into these carceral geographies. So in the end, after taking that class, they essentially, and this is in their own words, they say that it helps them engage with AI in a different way. One, AI becomes less magical, right? It's no longer fun. Two, they are more informed. So they often now opt out. And when they do opt in, it is very conscious, right? I'm going to use it for this particular reason because I'm not trying to, drain the rivers. Or I don't like that this company actually has carceral labor. How do I find a company that I can use that, like Ecosia, that gives money towards environmental supports, things like that. So they become more informed users, and then they push back, right? So when their teachers are flagging them as cheating or cheaters, they come with the statistics, right? And they have the stats. And they know things like, oh, I'm going to vote for this person who's on the school board because they have a stance on AI that I appreciate, right? So it's really fostering the socio-technical consciousness, and I think socio-technical resistance. And fingers crossed, some of them go into tech and design different systems that are meant to sustain and protect our communities, but I am not a computer scientist, so that's not really up to me.
Well, thank you. They develop a critical consciousness, right? And those are the type of people that can help change the society with their imagination, which we're going to get to in a second. So thank you for that. So last question for you, Dr. Washington. Your scholarship as a human-centered computer scientist has helped illuminate some of the inherent bias in racism and technology. Can you please break down how technology is biased as a computer scientist and how it appears in the technology we consume daily, such as algorithms, controlling search engines, and generative AI?
So going last, I just want to say I am in awe of all your research. Just basically following up on that and ending on this, how I got involved with my research. So I am a computer science teacher and professor here and have been for the past 9 years. So this project for the African American Vernacular English Collection started out from a homework assignment. It was an undergraduate research project. So basically, I was noticing that my students who were Black and brown could not get basically past this technical interview. So I wanted to create a tool, like a voice-based tool to help them practice for the technical interview. So basically, they would say commands and basically be brought through the actual problem-solving process in the technical interview. However, as we were building it, we were finding that it didn't work. So basically, we had to solve an initial problem even to begin. So we said, okay, let's partner with Google, because Google had reached out at the time to study the same problem. And they had not only a marketing problem, but they also needed to approach somebody who is reputable and is credible in the community. So we wanted to provide this service, but make sure that it is owned by Howard and that we could inform responsible data collection and fair usage guidelines of our data set. So we began about almost close to 3 years ago, going around the country to collect voices of people, just talking about if you see an image of shrimp and grits, what does it make you feel? What does it make you feel inside? And so they were basically happy at all these prompts. And we collected up 600 hours of data for improving speech recognition. So we're not only taking away this data set, we have also began to solve the initial problem. So circling back to my students now. So now that my initial large language model can understand my students, we can solve the problem to help them pass the technical interview. It is things like that when we think about how multifaceted this problem is, because I was noticing that my students do not feel like they are involved in tech. They're creators of tech and they're creating algorithms, like you said, on the ground floor, because this project began as an undergraduate research competition. They didn't know that what they are doing is passable to everybody globally. So we're solving the problem, but we are noticing that we don't have enough data. So you probably are like, gosh, you have 600 hours of data. It's not, I am from Missouri and I have a twang every now and again. So
basically, it doesn't recognize even me when I'm speaking proper. So we are trying to not only solve like this problem of different dialects, how it is affecting accuracy for recognition of the prompts that we provide for these technical interviews, but we are also creating these fair usage guidelines. So we're going around and having conversations with the community events at churches, at schools, and HBCUs. So we're writing out what can these algorithms get access to as it relates to this data set. So we have conversations about, well, I don't want this data, my data, to be used to lock Black people up. Basic, black and white. So anybody that wants to use this data set, companies and HBCUs as well, have to legally sign that they will not use the data to lock Black people up and not try to find the individuals, because it's very important, because when you give your data that you want to remain anonymous and you want to see the results of it, but you want to remain anonymous. So in a nutshell, I know I said a lot, but we're currently also looking at how just by all Black people opening their mouths and creating these sayings that we can get paid. So what does that mean, right? So if you're gonna use my data and use my, the swag that we have, we're gonna get paid. So we are building a African-American English consortium of Black people and HBCUs across the United States for protecting our data. And it will be housed, and it is housed on servers that are not connected to the internet currently. And anybody who wants to use the data cannot use it on OpenAI, ChatGPT as well. We are patenting it right now to be able to have a way to say, okay, you want to upload audio data, we'll give you the transcripts, but we will not give you the algorithm. So I'll stop there, but this problem is so big, but we're just starting.
No, and that's beautiful. I think we really have to really emphasize the importance of the fact that this data set cannot be used to further criminalize Black people. Ownership is just so important to this. And it also, to me, is just such an important lesson in the importance of language, preserving our language. African-American vernacular English is a language. It's not a dialect. It is a language in and of itself, and it has dialects. And to elevate it in this way is so important so that we elevate our own culture, right? We're so often taught, especially probably in these corporate tech spaces, to code switch. And instead of that, well, you can be authentic and still be professional, right? And still achieve. So I just think that is so important, the language piece. We're at time, but I think we can probably take at least another 10 minutes. Dr. McElwain has to run, so thank you for being here, Doc. Appreciate you. His book didn't make it back there. It was supposed to, but please look it up. Black Software, very pivotal book. And yeah, make sure you check out the bookstore and back. Now, before we get to Q&A, I want to just pose one more question for everyone to answer. So, we've talked a lot about the issues of tech, right? And the inherent bias and racism and all the problems. But we know there's also, hopefully, a light at the end of the tunnel as well. So in the tradition of Afrofuturism, we want to imagine, I want the panelists to imagine and articulate what to them would a better world look like. If you could shape, what is your vision? If you could shape a world where technology is used to empower Black people, empower Black communities, what would that look like to you? What is your vision? So anybody can start, but I want to hear from everyone.
I wish we could hear from Ruha now, I think, who was supposed to be, on our panel, because, I learned so much for her about the speculative, about the creative, and about the productive possibilities of Black imagination when it comes to, challenging the very technologies that we are speaking of today. What gives me hope, and you had mentioned Memphis, Tennessee, and in Boxtown, the mainly Black organizers and Black spaces that are pushing against grok, and to see, when we talk about, a lot of people have this idea around surveillance, not Black folks, but a lot of other people are like, well, I have nothing to hide, and so I'm just going to use this technology, I'm just going to do that. But the scope and the grasp of what is, illegal, what's extremist, what's negative is like a moving target. It's expanding so much. And when you think about the ways that those organizers in Memphis are getting labeled as anti-capitalist extremists or environmentalist extremists, and using the language of this administration, enemies, public enemies or enemies within, it's important to not only support, but to think about the ways that they are in the now, organizing, resisting, and creating the futures that they want, where they're able to breathe and to have clean drinking water, and to see that as a model for a lot of the other spaces around the country and globally that are, pushing against. One of the questions that we hope we have a chance to get to is AI really, is it a boom or is it a bubble, or is it being just held together by toothpicks, pickle juice, and dental floss, right? Because there was a couple reports that came out last week that a lot of, one Deutsche Bank, right? A lot of it, the boom is because of the infrastructure being built, the data centers. And when we see all of these working class and Black and brown organizers that are pushing against these data centers across the country, I think that to me is a future that I want to imagine, one of collaboration, one where people work with their allies and accomplices to create a world in which we can breathe.
Oh, that's great. And I just want to add to that I think people around the country and communities are waking up to this reality of data centers and the pollution that it brings to communities. Because right here in PG County, Prince George's County, right above us, the plan was to build a data center, and they had a community task force to hear from the community. Hundreds of people came out, spoke against it. They had a petition with over 20,000 signatures, and now that project is on pause.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to try to bring it back. And if they do, the community will speak out again.
People
so that is the world we want to see.
Yeah,
right?
And people are noticing your electric bills are going up. And it's not even it's all these cryptocurrency mining and all the other things that are happening. And I think more and more people have had enough.
And perhaps a world too could be, because we need data centers somewhere if we're going to have any technology. Perhaps the world could be, well, what are you paying to that community? What are you doing for them? And it can't be, we're giving you some millions of dollars and polluting you.
Yeah.
It can't be that, because that doesn't make up for having cancer.
Yeah.
Right? So we need to imagine something different where the community has control and has the power to flex that control, which is political power. Right? So that's something we need to build.
So I also wish Ruha was here, because I feel like she's more hopeful than I am. But my young people do give me a lot of hope. One of our projects in class is for them to develop a speculative technology that can address a specific manifestation of anti-Black racism. And so I learned a lot about the things that they imagine. So first, there's some real life technologies that are out there doing good work. So I'm thinking about in Hyphen Labs, there are Black women who are computer scientists and neuroscientists, and they engage in neurospeculative Afrofuturism, which is super dope. And it's like a VR space that can be really healing. And you kind of like explore this really affirming world designed by and for Black women. There's also a project that's kind of related, also neuroscientists, Black women neuroscientists, who discovered that there was an issue with MRIs. There's like these caps that you can wear to get a brain scan. However, those caps were deemed basically impossible to use by Black women. So Black women were not getting MRI scans at equitable rates. And so instead of just saying, I guess Black women can't be scanned for brain cancer, they actually partnered with braiders in the community to find ways to braid the hair so that the perfect amount of skin shows. And it's a very specific braiding pattern that is not only like effective, but also is cute. And that was really important. That was really important to them, right? Because what happens is you go into the doctor's office and, you're there with a braider who's doing your hair for, an hour or so, and you're building this relationship and making it more like a less terrifying experience. And so there was just like all these beautiful statistics around like what that does for like wellness. And that's just like one example. My students came up with some ideas that are hilarious. They talked about a Karen Catchers app that uses predictive that does a crawl of the internet to actually find evidence of Karen behavior. And it's not just current Karens, right? You could be predicted to be a Karen. And it works similar to Waze. And so you can get an alert on your phone that says Karen reported ahead, right? And importantly, because we are an abolitionist program, the students said, you know what, we got some restorative justice as well. So that instead of putting the Karens in jail, they said we're gonna make them do restorative justice yoga because we know Karens love yoga, and so they're gonna have to take this class. I said I gotta teach the class, but they have to take a critical consciousness class, right, and do all these other activities. And so that is one humorous speculative technology, but I think it does speak to the power of what our community can invent.
Wow. So I am refocusing to protect Mama Nim. So what that means is basically in two ways. So protection of their data, the fair usage guidelines, creating these FEAT reports for accuracy, transparency, how the data is going to be used for large companies. They will be involved with protection. Hopefully, every mouth that speaks African American vernacular will gain a penny from what we are doing. So we are also are going to give small micro grants, hopefully, if we get another round of funding from these larger corporations that want to use the data. Then also, we are developing deepfake technology. What that means is, like, you probably heard on Facebook about calling through Messenger, and basically people are using deepfake to call Mama Nim to ask for money. So we are developing these signatures about the unique dialects of the way that we speak, our tone, prosody, the behavior, the emotion behind it, like I'm big on emotion. So we're creating AI to basically tell when it is not Mama Nim and it is AI-generated voice. So we hope to pivot, but then also go in a direction for protection of African Americans all over.
Very dope. I wish we could do all of this right now. Aaron, I know we're over time. Do we have time for some questions? A few minutes? Cool. Any questions from the audience?
Hello. By daytime, I am a workforce policy director at the Joint Center, which is a Black think tank. Nighttime, I am a writer and a millennial. And my question, so we've heard about like use of AI in criminal justice, education, et cetera. I am concerned and curious about the use of specifically ChatGPT for personal use in terms of seeking medical advice, using it for therapy, using it as a dating coach, using it to work through your problems, and what that means, one, given everything that you all have shared, and two, what it means for like our inability to build community and to rely on social or spiritual or ancestral knowledge and other things. So curious about any research or insight that you all can offer.
Yes, for sure. So I'll start by saying Zuckerberg has recently said that the average person should have 15 friends. We currently have 3. This is Zuckerberg, which means that what I'm saying is not actually right. This is what he's saying, okay? That the average person should have 15 friends. We typically have 3. This gap is a part of the loneliness crisis. Therefore, we can use ChatGPT or the metaverse or Grok to fill that gap. And so they're designing AI friends, right? Here's the reason behind that. So these technology companies, their money essentially comes from our data, right? You had mentioned like nothing's free, right? And if it's free, then you're the yes, you're the thing that's being purchased, right? So what these folks have found is that people will tell certain intimate things on social media, right, to your followers, but you're not going to necessarily share really, really intimate things about like your dating failure or your health issues, but you will share those with a therapist chatbot, right, because of the illusion of privacy. And so now they have access to things like HIPAA, or that HIPAA would keep them from having, right? And so this is their way of harvesting ever more intimate data. And then these machines essentially are designed to like coerce you into continuing to talk because they need all of that data essentially to do all of the surveillance and everything else that they do. On top of that, just being biased, these machines are not at all helpful in mental health scenarios, and actually we're seeing rising numbers of folks who use ChatGPT commit suicide, particularly young people. And then in a recently leaked memo, essentially from inside of Facebook's chatbots, right? Because Facebook released some blackface chatbots. I don't know if y'all had saw those, like Liv, the black queer mama of 2. So they actually accessed the like safety manuals of these chatbots and how they're supposed to engage with folks. And the chatbot is actually allowed and encouraged to engage in anti-black sentiments, saying that black people are monkeys and they're unintelligent, et cetera. But also they're supposed to engage in sexual content targeting youth. Right? Those are like explicitly in their guidelines. And so I think it's really dangerous to be engaging with these tools at all, especially in these really intimate settings of like therapist, doctor, medical advice, right? And the last thing I'll say, especially for kids, the last thing I'll say is that the medical chatbots that they have hallucinate resources, like addresses and contact information. They hallucinate it. And the National Center for Disordered Eating actually fired their their call workers and replaced it with an AI chatbot. And then the AI chatbot actually encouraged disordered eating. So there's a lot of issues, right? So I would suggest not to use it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. So my name is Amatelai. I happen to be a PhD student here at Howard University, and I just want to say a very big thank you to our panelists for this wonderful conversation, and I also want to add my voice to it. So, like, part of the problems of AI, for instance, is also the idea that should you ask AI to generate for you images, let's say images, okay, without giving it a geographical boundary, you are bound to see more black images than white images. But we know the reality is not so. There are more white images than black images. In the same vein, if you should ask ChatGPT or any of these AI engines about lawyers, the percentage of lawyers or whatever, you are bound to see more. It generates more white lawyers than black lawyers, which is not really the case, because even when you think about the world globally, blacks are more than white people. So when you take Africa alone, the number of black lawyers is just next to none, right? But again, this is the misinformation that is being paddled on and on and on. But I think it's also very important for us to think about the fact that 25 years from now, that is in 2050, Africa is going to be the most populated place in the world, right? And averagely, we are going to have the age of people 15 to 24 years of people. I mean, Africa is going to have the youngest population as well. So what it means is that most of these people coming up are going to feed on information. And the question is, what information are they going to feed on? Which I think is very central for us to think about the kind of knowledge that this AI is producing and how we are going to be very conscious or curious about what to do about this situation. So my question is, would you advise that we push back against AI, or you think it's important for Black people to own AI in order to narrate the right stories about Black people? That's my first question. And then my second question I want to ask is also, also
can we actually start with that one, because we just have one last question, for time's sake. Thank you.
I mean, it's very connected, very short too.
Okay,
so,
real quick.
All right, so the second question I want to ask is, again, part of the problem of AI is it's very misleading in terms of language. When you ask AI things on African languages, it's very bad. It's not going to tell you it doesn't know. It gives you wrong answers. So it ties into what Prof said, So I was wondering whether you're also thinking about going beyond the shores of America, and thinking about other languages to be included in your, so that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Can we get one person who wants to answer that one, and then the last question?
I can answer the last part. We have a relationship with the State Department, and we are going to actually collect data from Ghana and then also South Africa.
And that's, oh wow, this is loud. I was in Kenya in March, and I went to the Nairobi Design Week. And one of the forums that I sat in on was talking about image generation in Kenya and what that looks like through AI. And, don't fall, God. And what they saw just when they did it in small groups and small classrooms that met up in after-school programs was that when they had kids, because there's limited computers and stuff, because these aren't private school kids, these are public school kids, they would say, okay, well, tell me about distinct features of your tribe. How would you describe a woman this age? What does she wear? What does she look like? What are her phenotypes? And they came up with an image. Everybody could picture it. And then they put it into an image generating software to see what would come up. And it was nothing like that. It was all of whatever tribes that AI had information on kind of compiled and slapped onto each other to form some generic image. And it's not like a study or anything, it was just something that they talked about. So I just wanted to share that with you. But my question is, what other mental health phenomenon or disturbances have you seen come up before there's suicide and stuff, probably depression and antisocial tendencies? But I have a friend who heavily relies on AI for everything. And she and I, we have this conversation back and forth because she's also, Kai just got back from South Africa. She's also going through her initiation as a traditional healer, Sangoma there. So through that, there's ascension that, that's an American word, but it can manifest itself in different ways. Usually you will have a traditional healer to help guide you through, but because she's been using AI so much, she turns to AI. So over this process of about a year and a half, she's had more psychotic breakdowns, times where she's had to go into hospital, or just be isolated with family in a guest house that they were able to get away to. So what mental health disorders or disturbances have you seen come up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So because these AI chatbots are designed to essentially agree with you, researchers have seen that when a user is experiencing crisis or having, like a schizophrenic episode, essentially, that the chatbot continues to affirm their paranoia, or basically, it's echoing them, right? It's parroting them. And so that has an issue because it often heightens their sense of fear, paranoia, exclusion, isolation. And so, we're on the extreme end. You have folks who are, engaging in self-harm. You also have that in-between range of folks becoming, like you're saying, increasingly isolated, having more mental health episodes. Yeah, I think that's unfortunately what these tools are designed to do. Every leaked conversation, email, document that comes out of these companies is them being like, that's fine. We have to break things in order to make money, right? So the mantra of big tech is move fast and break things. I have consistently said that our communities are the things that are being broken, right? And so to answer the question in the back, I can only speak for myself, but I personally don't think we need AI. But that's just me. There's other people who will say that it's inevitable and we need it. I think our country has had a long history of technological experimentation that has done harms to our community, disproportionate harms to our community, at the same time that they say that it's advancing humanity. Well, it's advancing humanity because we have never been considered human, right? So I'll end there.
Thank you. I wish we could talk for a whole nother hour, but our time is up. And on that note, also read the book Medical Apartheid. Yes, Washington. Exactly. So I want to thank our panelists so much. This was a great discussion. I really do wish we had more time, but I want to respect our time here. But please look up their work, and I think we'll all be around for a while afterwards if you want to talk to them and get to know more. Thanks again. Peace.
Thank you.
Everyone, good afternoon. We'll be starting our panel very soon. Good afternoon, good afternoon. So, my name is Junius Levi Whitaker IV. I'm a 2021 graduate of Howard's Bachelor's of History program, a 2023 graduate of Howard's Master's of History program, and currently a third-year PhD student in Howard's African Studies program as well. In addition, I'm currently serving as the Archives and Communications Specialist for MSRC, and I'll be your host for this panel. On behalf of the entire family at the Center, we would like to welcome everyone to Day 2 of the International Black Writers Festival, hosted by Moorland-Spingarn Research Center at Howard University. From our events to our clothing and our archives, here at MSRC, we pride ourselves on protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets like the festival we have curated for you this week. To keep up to date with our events and news, follow us on Moorland, at MoorlandHU on Instagram, and our website at msrc.howard.edu. For our fifth and final activation of our festival today, it will be Black Placemaking in Fiction, a keynote conversation with Benjamin Talton, Dr. Benjamin Talton, and Dr. Clarence A. Haynes. Excuse me.
Congratulations.
Everybody's a doctor in their own way sometimes. It's all good. My apologies. But from high school classmates turned scholars and writers, Dr. Benjamin Talton and Clarence A. Haynes reunite for a keynote conversation on the role of place in Black storytelling. Anchored by Haynes' new novel, The Ghost of Gwendolyn Montgomery, the discussion will consider how fiction operates as a site of history, identity, and cultural memory, illuminating the ways Black communities are imagined, remembered, and redefined through the narrative. Let's begin an amazing panel. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Thank you, Junius. Good evening to you all. I'm Benjamin Talton. I had the pleasure of serving as director of the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, so this is quite an honor to close this second day of the festival out. I'm going to take this point of personal privilege to thank a few people real quick, and that's a mistake. I don't have my cards in front of me. But thank you, Junius, for hosting today. But also, a lot of what you see, around 90% of it, is Aaron Jacobs, who's left the room, of course. Oh, there he is. Aaron Jacobs, who... Woo! He did all the paperwork that I used to have to do, so thank you, Aaron. Got flying people in town from across the country, making sure that they have a wonderful hotel to stay in and are fed. And also, just thank you to Howard University Libraries, Del Hornbuckle and her team. This is actually their space. And if you do not know the historic browsing room, this is where Thurgood Marshall and his team at the Legal Defense Fund, this was their war room for Brown v. Board of Education. So this building is historic for so many reasons. As the host of the International Black Writers Festival #4, IBWF 4, 2025, but also we have strong ties to the Legal Defense Fund. I happen to be married to the current president of the Legal Defense Fund, who's right in the front here. So our ties run deep. But thank you, Howard University Libraries. Thank you, Moorland-Spingarn Research staff. Thank you tremendously to all of our Moorland scholars and our student volunteers who have helped out yesterday and today, and they'll continue to do so tomorrow. So so thank you. Let's give our students a... So I just, partly for the sake of time, but also just because I wanted to be part of our conversation, I told Junius not to read your bio. Okay. Right. Cool. So, yeah. So I'm going to let you talk about it because, so what we're going to do is we'll talk about that briefly, just your journey as a writer, your journey as an editor, and then how that led you to this book. And I'm going to tell you what I think the book is contains. I'm going to tell you what it's about because I don't want it to spoil it. I want them to go into the back and buy it. But let's just talk about the fact that 1989, two 15-year-olds, one from Harlem, one from the Bronx, were sitting in history honors class at a specialized high school in New York dedicated to math and science, Bronx High School of Science, back when they used to have Black and Latino students. Racism eliminated that. But we used to have a very robust Black and Latino population. And Clarence and I met you freshman orientation, but we had Miss Sasso's honors English class together.
Right.
It was a 2-period class on Thursdays only, so I always missed the first part. I don't know if I'm coming in late all the time. So here we are, 2 people who love history, who love fiction, who love writing, but we're at a specialized school for math and science. And I remember you always sitting on the right-hand side of this kind of this half of a square that we sat around. And you struck me as a writer, even then.
Interesting, okay.
And so what I want to just begin this as a way of you introducing yourself is, when did you begin to think of yourself as a writer, and how did your career as a writer unfold from Bronx High School of Science in 1989, and we graduated in 92, and then being an editor and working with Omar Epps, you know, all of my female friends' boyfriend from high school, and then writing this amazing novel. So just talk about your journey as a writer.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here, and then particularly in such a historical room, as you know from the book. So one of the conceits of my book is that spirits, ghosts can tether themselves to property, things that hold great significant value. So I'd like to think, even though, you know, in many ways they're holding on when they're not supposed to be holding on, but this room being what it is holds really is very special in my heart, so it's an honor to be here. You know, to your question, I honestly at that point hadn't really considered myself a writer. I considered myself a voracious reader. I just considered myself someone who would constantly be swept away by stories, and then particularly stories from the diaspora, increasingly craved for, and I don't necessarily feel like we got a lot of that at Bronx Science. Yeah, no. And so once I realized that, went to college, embarked on my career path as an editor. I worked for about a year as a copy editor and features writer for Newsday newspaper in New York, then worked for a little bit in educational publishing, and eventually made my way to book publishing. And over the years, I've worked both in-house at Random House before it became Penguin Random House, and then eventually freelanced, working for different publishers and for individual clients as an editor. And eventually, I began to realize I had something to say, that I wanted to also be known as a writer. I'm a big speculative fiction person, so sci-fi, fantasy, paranormal, horror stuff is my jam, whether on the page, whether on the screen. I met Octavia Butler before she passed, and she told me, you need to, and I told her as an editor, and she's like, oh, you need to write as well, because we need you to write.
And a phenomenal editor, just to add to our personal relationship, is when I was working on my book, In This Land of Play, Between the World and Me. I didn't write that book. Only in my dreams did I write Between the World and Me. Ta-Nehisi would appreciate that. He probably shaking his head like, this guy. In This Land of Plenty, and I kept running into you in Brooklyn. And I don't think you knew what I was talking. I said, Clarence, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. And I constantly we love coffee shops, and we would bump into each other in coffee shops. I said, Clarence. So I finally sat you down. I said, I'm working on this book. It's a hyper-academic book, but I love the subject, and I really would love for you to work on it with me. And so for my book, which is available for sale in the back of the room, Clarence was one of my first readers, and he really helped me open up the prose and to loosen up the language. So as an academic, as a scholar historian, I credit you with that first read, that first level of opening it up.
Oh, thank you so much. I have also realized over time that I seem to be a bridge, that I'm able to exist in different worlds. I'm not an academic, but I do appreciate what you do, what y'all do as a community, and the ideas that are put forth that are so ahead of its time. And so I've often been called upon to edit more academic work, both academic presses and commercial publishers.
And you're phenomenal at it. I
you.
love what you said about it, because I saw you as a writer early on, perhaps because you were really paying attention to Miss Sasso's class. I mean, you really took the class you were missing first period the way I was missing first period. I was a good student as well. But you said that you were not a writer. You didn't think of yourself as a writer, but you were a voracious reader. And then you became an editor. I always tell my students, particularly my grad students, good writers are voracious readers.
Absolutely.
And good writers are good editing, because most of what we do as a writer is editing.
Absolutely.
I mean, revision, right?
That's what I was doing out on the quad before coming here. I had to working on something that I can't discuss yet, but it's pretty much on the page. But now I have to go over it and finesse and play with language and see what
word
falls
choice.
well. Yeah, exactly.
Reading it out loud and seeing if this resonates even with yourself before you set it out.
Exactly. And it's a red flag anytime you meet a writer who says they don't really read very much. Like, I'm just like, that. like, really? Like, it's not.
I tell my students, don't hand me any papers that are hot, meaning it came out the printer. Now you don't print the papers anymore. But if it's hot, that means you didn't let it sit for a second.
Sit for exactly.
Let it chill for a little while.
Exactly.
And then read it again.
Exactly.
And then share your work.
Exactly.
And one of the things that got me through grad school is I wasn't because of Howard University. I was an undergrad here at Howard University, 92 to 96. And my professors in the history department, they would tear up my papers. And then I'd go at it again, and they would tear up my papers again. I'd share it with a friend. And I got to grad school, and my colleagues were afraid to share their work. And so therefore, the end product wasn't the same, where I felt, because I had gone through this process here, where sharing your work and reading and rereading your work and rewriting and revision is part of the process. I think what Howard did is remove the ego from it. You have to be vulnerable to be a good writer. Right?
Absolutely. And I would also say, for anyone who might have already found their work critiqued or have gone through that process, I can definitely say from an editor's perspective, it's not from a place of like, I'm going to tear this apart and break you down. It really is from a place of care. And it really is like, I want you to shine, I want your work to shine, and so this is what I think is going to improve.
That red pen is care.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not violence.
And I've gone through it multiple times myself. I've definitely been like, oh, this is my comeuppance for all my years. When people do this, now I have to go through it. So
that's right. I love a thorough edit. It's like, oh gosh, okay, now I see where I need to go. It's like a roadmap. When someone tears your paper or your chapter apart, it's like, okay, now I see what I need to do right now. Now I see where I need to go. Because we get so into our heads and get into the weeds, it's kind of hard for us to see. It's nice to have it broken apart. Okay, that's our introduction. Good to see you, Clarence.
Good to see you.
Welcome to Howard University.
Dr. Talton. and Dr. Talton, as y'all know him, was always cool. I was not cool in high school, but he was very...
I don't know how true that is, but I do know we had a conversation, because I loved high school. Like, I thought high school, when June 26th came around, I was like, it's over already?
Yeah, because you be walking around like, yeah, this is
And we had a conversation, I think, in a coffee shop, and we were talking about Bronx high school science, we were talking about just going to school in the late 80s, and I think, don't make me misquote, I hated high school.
Yeah, it was not a happy time.
It's like, I felt sad. I mean, you've done well for you. Obviously, that didn't fix you. But I just felt it's interesting to see like the different perspectives. It's also like getting, a novel. Yeah. It's just a different perspective. Because I saw you as always so happy, and you are so friendly. And if you called me cool, you were always kind. I'll say that.
Yeah, thank you. All
right, let's get into the book, huh? Before we start hugging each other. All right, so The Ghosts of Gwendolyn Montgomery. So I'm gonna tell you what I saw in this book briefly. And then I'm going to ask you to comment on that and add to that, and then choose something to read.
Okay.
All right.
Do you want me to give a brief? Breakdown of what it's about, or do you?
No.
Okay.
Not yet. No, just do the. Or if you feel inclined, you want to?
No.
I mean, you can. All right. Maybe just correct me and add to what I'm saying. And that I don't want to give a breakdown because I want them to, I want it to be like a trailer, as opposed to a synopsis.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So first of all, the title, The Ghosts of Gwendolyn Montgomery, I thought this was going to be a book about just a black woman. It is a book about a black woman, but she has more than one name, and she's an Afro-Latina, and she reinvents herself. Okay, that's one part of it, right?
So you didn't know it was going to be about passing on some level?
I didn't know it was going to be literally passing, disappearing and passing in her disappearance and reappearing again in the end. Okay, so there's a lot of sexual energy.
Yes.
Right.
So let me give. I want to
Can
give
you're not gonna let me finish?
No, let me give. So they, because people are gonna be like, what is this?
But I'm doing that. I'm trying to create. I'm trying to create the tension.
And there's
I'm
sexual
trying to,
energy.
Yeah, I'm trying to create the energy.
What did this
Okay,
man
all right.
write?
Take it away.
So,
take it away.
So the Ghost of Gwendolyn Montgomery.
You want to explain it? Go ahead. All right.
It is a urban fantasy novel about a high-powered publicist who has a secret mystical past. She has an event going that she's planned at the Brooklyn Museum. It goes terribly wrong, and then that starts her journey, her odyssey, as we learn more about who she really is. As Ben mentioned, her real name is not Gwendolyn Montgomery, it's a constructed persona, and we learn what went into that. She also has a mysterious connection to an Afro-Latino queer psychic who runs a botanica in the South Bronx named Fonzie, and he brings warning that disgruntled spirits are about to invade our world. And it's an homage to my roots. I'm Panamanian American. And so wanted to do something that would honor my interest in speculative fiction and also honor my origins and also primarily honor, I feel like I'm speaking now to Ben's wife, the glamorous, powerful Black women who I grew up with. And I was like, I want them to be the heroes of their own mystical adventure. So.
Black women are very powerful in the novel, for sure. And there's also sexual energy.
Yes. Back to that. And he's like, that, Dr. Talton, he said, well, that was all nice. But as I said, the sexual energy.
Sexual energy coming from ghosts.
Correct.
You want to speak? You want to elaborate on that a little
Sure. So my people should know that there's a region called El Intermedio. It's a limbo where ghosts who are not ready for true death to join the ancestors. That's where they dwell. Most ghosts dwell there for a limited amount of time. Some ghosts dwell there for a very, very long amount of time. And there's a character, Sponzi's a psychic, who he's reeling from a relationship with his ex, and he decides to have ghost intimacy, and that's all I'll say about that. And people who have read it, it's one of the things that people who have read it are like,
wasn't ready for that one.
And I wanted, and again, it was my way of, I'm very invested in the speculative and the paranormal, playing with fantasy, but connecting it to real world stuff. So if someone is hurting in pain, reeling, and they have this ability to connect with supernatural entities, then, and that was his choice. But I also wanted to interrogate, like, is that a good choice? Is he running away from something? What does this imply? It's against the rules, obviously, so.
Because we have this place called El Intermedio.
See.
Right, and so this is a space where the living and the dead can meet, correct?
So it's really a space where those who have the ability to communicate with the dead can meet. It's really sort of like a metaphysical space that is very much geared towards ghosts who are stuck, who can't fully let go of the life they had, or who are choosing to dwell there indefinitely. I didn't feel right to create a space, if I'm saying that. A lot of the book is about the ways in which we are stuck. If we don't deal with our past is going to deal with us. And I wanted to deal with that metaphorically through the concept of ghosts. And I just felt if I'm going to do that, there had to be this special place where ghosts are stuck. I didn't feel like, in terms of, I think if you're ready to join the ancestors, you're ready to join the ancestors. And I didn't feel it would be right then to have ghosts inhabiting that space.
I love you have a line in there. Well, first of all, you use ghosts and not spirits, which I found interesting. And then there's a line in there, it almost gets buried, but it's who's doing the haunting.
Right.
Are the ghosts, your term ghosts, are they haunting the living, or are the living haunting the ghosts? Right, because they're the ones who are keeping them from joining the ancestors. So I love that. That was beautiful. One thing I said I'm gonna let you read. I am gonna let you read in a second.
But I'm enjoying this, I don't have to.
Are we doing okay? All right. So the panel, the session is called Black. What's the name of our panel? Black
placemaking.
Black placemaking in fiction, and this is significant for us, both having spent a significant amount of our time, our formative years uptown. And I took botanicas for granted. I did, and it wasn't until I moved to.
Should you explain what a botanica is?
Can you please explain? Because to me, they're a shop.
I think you should explain it because I think
I'll
it'll be
try because we had a conversation before. So botanicas are basically retail spaces, although more, where practitioners of Vodun, Santeria, Candomblé can purchase candles for prayers. They can purchase statuettes for prayer for their practicing, and clothing items and other items. Well, so this shows I kind of took it for granted because I'd passed them all the time in the South Bronx, particularly East Harlem. And that's just a place where practitioners go to buy the things they need to practice what they practice and believe what they believe. But there's a deeper dive in this book.
You'd also see, as you had mentioned when we spoke before, there's a lot of Catholic emblems, paraphernalia that are in botanicas, but then also things that are blatantly, I would say, West African, speak to European traditions that are all sort of behind the real world spiritual traditions you just mentioned. And I think when you go into a botanica, if you don't know the connections between these traditions, so that those who were enslaved, in order to retain their connection to the Orishas, then used Catholic saints as a way of covering their belief systems up, and so there are all these analogies between a particular saint and a particular Orisha. So, and in botanicas, you'll see that. You'll see an Oshun next to, or I should probably say Yemayad next to a Virgin Mary. And that relationship, even if they're not explicitly saying what that relationship is, it's right there in your face. And then the other thing with botanicas, there's always a back room, and there are, readings and other things, and that's all.
See, it's the back room I didn't know about, because you respect the space. I wasn't a practitioner. Mm-hmm. And so I loved it, just someone who was valorized, loved Africanness. Mm-hmm. To me, it was black people marking their Africanness throughout East Harlem and the South Bronx and parts of Williamsburg, Brooklyn. So I saw it as sort of like, we used to use the term African retentions. Yes, we're still African, right? But one of the things about just space making is that there were so many of them. There are fewer and fewer now in these neighborhoods because of gentrification. And so the ways in which you describe, particularly this way, for those of you who don't know, Harlem and the South Bronx, in particular Harlem and the Bronx, are very much closely interwoven communities in terms of the populations, in terms of the way people move back and forth across the bridge and through the subways. And you mark this space through these botanicas, and you're confined to South Bronx and Harlem. And you talk about the D train and the 2 train, right? And
it's so interesting you say, I mean, Dr. Talton just articulated, like, exactly, I grew up in the very North Bronx. However, just in terms of my, anytime I needed to get to Harlem or Manhattan, that was always, that 2 train was always my way of getting there. And then often just in terms of my engagement with larger communities, I would often find myself in the South Bronx with my mom, but and then of course Harlem as well. And I was really invested in capturing that experience on the page, connected to botanicas, just because I do feel like it's vanishing. I do feel like when you took it for granted, it was because it was always there, and you just felt like this is part of the community. As opposed to now, where I think there are plenty of people now who'd be like, well, a botanica, what's that? Like, they think I'm talking about botanical garden. Like, they'll have no idea.
In terms of plants.
Yeah, and so I was really invested in being like, no, this was, still is a significant part of New York, and it needs to be put on the page, and particularly, I'm published by a very commercial publisher. I was like, yeah, this is what I'm focusing on. So.
And it's in there, and also, and then I'm going to let you read. But another thing, to take for granted doesn't mean I didn't appreciate it.
Right.
It was just, it was part of the space, and there was this kind of assumption that it would always be
Always
part
be
of the
there,
space.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
It's not for the lack of value of it.
So
right?
I've been, I live in Clinton Hill in Brooklyn, and I don't know if anyone knows that area, but it's definitely changed over the past 10 years or so, and I've been there a while, and I've been going through a grieving process. I've been angry, and I realized also part of what I was experiencing was, I just thought what I knew and what I valued would always be there. It would always be there. And so it's just been like, oh my gosh, there's no guarantee that this is going to.
And you've been coming to DC for decades now, so you see even on part of the Howard
Correct.
community, we experience this every 3 years. You look around, people come back for homecoming, people who are from DC and moved and come back, and they're shocked at Shaw, and they're shocked at LaJoy Park, and they're shocked at Bloomingdale. But the other thing that I think I took for granted before, when I was in high school, I moved to LA, and growing up in New York, you don't say, like when you're talking about the Orishas and their practices, I think you use Christianity one time in this entire book, right? Once. And so it's like you're allowing this practice to speak on its own terms as opposed to interpreting it through Christianity or through Europeanness, right? This is their practice. This is Africanness. And that, I'm positive that was deliberate, despite this being a commercial publication.
It was very deliberate. In fact, my editor, it was so deliberate that my editor had the exact same approach that you did. She was like, no, just say what it is. This is the perspective that you're presenting. This is the lens through which you're writing. You don't have to explain anything. In fact, she felt like explaining too much. It would be like, no.
The other thing you don't explain, over-explain, and again, moving to California, it's striking because in South Bronx and Harlem, Brooklyn, these are black people. These are black people who speak Spanish, who are from Panama, who are from Dominican Republic, although the Dominicans might debate whether they're black.
But the Dominican in this book doesn't.
No, this book
they're
doesn't.
Robin.
So you,
Robin
so you
is
have
black.
that. So you have Panamanians who are black, and you don't have to over-explain it. You have Puerto Ricans in here; they're black, and you don't over-explain. You have African Americans who are black, and shout out to Howard University. The black African American character attended Howard University. So it's you don't in a beautiful way. You don't over-explain it. It just is. I took it for until I go to LA, where you have more Central and South American Latinos. And so the divide between the black community and the Latino community was bizarre to me. Because in New York, we had our lunch counters in high school, and the Latinos had their lunch counters, but they were always overlapping. Always overlapping. It was unheard of for us to have a conflict over. Now, there are debates, but to have a crisis of conflict over our identities.
Right.
It didn't happen. And so I think that comes out in the book, the way in which blackness is just understood. But there's a class issue as well.
Everything you said, that's how I was raised. I see things through a very diasporic lens. It's my writing instinct. I also feel like whatever I write, I need to honor the communities that I was blessed to have been brought up in. And, it was very purposeful that James, the African-American character, is from DC, went to Howard, just because I'm here all the time. Two very close friends of mine live in Silver Spring, and I always just like how I feel. I like how I'm treated. I like the sense of community I have when I'm here. And so I was like, that needs to be honored in the page. And there's just not going to be really any issues between the characters. Like, well, I'm this type of black and you're this type of black. And it's just like, no, it just is. The main character, and I think that's something, for those who read the book, that's something I'm very curious what people think about her decision to construct an African-American identity when that's not really who she is. I won't give away anything, but it is an act of passing that she's doing.
So what do you select to read, and why did you select that particular
I'm just gonna read something. Well, y'all tell me. I could read, it's not gonna be long, I could read something that's glamorous fashion show or breaking down how things work with Fonzie and his botanica? Which one? Fonzie? Okay. I thought that's for sure. Okay. Chapter 2, La Playa. Your husband doesn't want to move on. Fonzie took a deep breath and suppressed a yawn, lamenting that he hadn't run outside earlier in the afternoon to get a coffee. His client's vanilla-scented perfume tickled his nose as they sat in a small room located at the back of his shop. He's concerned about you, he added. He doesn't want you to be alone. Mrs. Johnson sat in a large wooden chair underneath a bright bulb. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears, her mouth a flat, grim line. I know what you're saying, she said. My kids, they grown, but they've been coming by to check in on me, telling me I can stay with them now. But I just want to be alone, sit with my memories of Chester. I ain't ready to move on either. She squeezed Fonzie's hands, which she'd held onto as soon as she sat down. Fonzie used to be taken aback when his clients took his hands during sessions in the back room of his botanica. He thought that they didn't grasp how these appointments worked, that they'd watched too many films depicting seances where people talk to the dead while surrounded by ancient artifacts, palms clenched together in a chain of magic. There was some truth to this, but Fonzie had never needed to link hands with anyone to do basic medium work. Didn't need any of that additional woo-ha that came from the fakes. He simply needed an object that the dearly departed had used on the regular, that held sentimental value. Over time, Fonzie realized that most of his clients understood exactly how his gift worked, especially since he over-explained everything. They took his hand because they needed the support, to feel grounded, because they perceived him as someone who wouldn't reject their overtures of intimacy. And they were right. Fonzie had learned long ago how to place others' needs before his own. Ever since he'd taken over La Playa Espiritu, a botanica that catered to a range of spiritual beliefs, word had slowly spread around the neighborhood that there was this really chill dude who could low-key communicate with the dead, taking on cases for people who thought they'd encountered ghosts. Fonzie had warned his clients that what he did had to remain a secret, even though he knew some people would talk. All good. The whispers about his work were just enough so that the gossip could remain unsubstantiated and his status as a guardian hidden, which took precedence over everything else. He could earn extra dough, help folks out, and give them peace of mind without revealing who and what he really was. Irma Johnson hadn't seemed interested in any of the hocus pocus kept behind closed doors. The stout gray-haired woman who lived 2 blocks over had visited the botanica now and then for years, purchasing the occasional scented candle or bottle of Florida water. But when she'd come in a couple of weeks ago with that droop to her shoulders and eyes that Fonzie had recognized in so many of his clients, he knew what she was going to ask him, to make contact with someone who passed on. The hardworking man Mrs. Johnson had been married to for more than 35 years had unexpectedly succumbed to a stroke. During their first meeting, Fonzie informed Mrs. Johnson that he needed access to some of her husband's prized possessions, that she should bring him pictures if he liked. It was probably better for him to inspect Mrs. Johnson's things in person. Come on over in the morning, she replied, before you open the shop. I'll make you breakfast. The next day, Fonzie tried to be as courteous as possible as he entered Mrs. Johnson's modest apartment, acutely aware of her grief. Yet as soon as he walked in, he felt it, a slight pressure forming in his head. And I'll leave it there.
So explain what's going on there. Why'd you choose that one? How's that the setup?
I just wanted to give a little background around how the world building of the novel works. So basically, Fonzie as so I use both the terms psychic and medium interchangeably. I use the word ghosts and spirits interchangeably as well. So Fonzie as a psychic basically can tell when a ghost has tethered themselves to a particular object or space. He calls it his spirit sense. It's after his, he's a big sci-fi fantasy comic book person, like someone on stage. So it's after Peter Parker's Spidey sense. And so he can just feel it. He can sense it. Something's ringing whenever a ghost is near. And so I also wanted to showcase how this particular botanica is actually a really valued part of the community. Mrs. Johnson is a Christian woman, which comes a little bit later in the chapter, and he was really surprised that she was okay with coming to this space that some churches would say demonic and she shouldn't be in, and she just didn't see a problem. She knew the type of person she needed. She could feel that her husband was still in their place, and she needed answers as to why that is. So, but I wanted to showcase that it's a place, this particular botanica, and botanicas, for some people are like this scary thing, but I wanted to showcase it as a place of care and support, and then also showcase, there's a line there, he often does not, he puts other people's needs before his own in a way that's a bit too much at times, so.
No, that was perfect. I want to open this up for questions, comments about any part of the conversation. If you haven't read the book, let's discuss botanicas, and let's discuss Afro-Latinas and hypersexual, what do they call it? Sexual tension and ghosts. But as people formulate their thoughts and think about their questions, I would appreciate if you could just speak on what does it even mean to write for commercial press? You've done some editing, because you could write a novel that's not that's not a commercial novel, but you set out to do that with some guardrails, correct? So just particularly for our students and aspiring writers, what does that even mean?
So can you clarify what you mean, like in terms of if I had set out to write a commercial novel, or if my intent was to not do a commercial novel for a commercial press? So how would you describe this type of book, right? And so you want it to be as wide of audience as possible. And so what does that even mean? What is that? How do you write in that way? What are the aspirations? What are the limits? What are the possibilities? Obviously, academics, we have a particular way that we write for a particular audience. Now, someone like me who's a historian, most people who read and purchase history books probably purchasing books from journalists because of how they write. So you had a particular goal in mind, and it's a particular type of press. And what we often don't know are these different buckets that publications fall into. Right. So just folks know, in publishing there are all sorts of, I don't know if I should say divisions, but approaches to writing and style based on, as we might say, where you are in the market. If you're an academic, if you're a general fiction writer. So for instance, for fiction, you might be a general fiction writer writing for a commercial audience, which would mean you're aiming to write for the masses. You're going to do something that's utilizing more accessible language. There's going to probably be very specific plot elements. Is going to be more plot-driven. Literary fiction. So it's, for instance, Tia Williams, who is back there, is a commercial fiction writer. A literary fiction writer is Toni Morrison, where there's going to be more of a meditation on a particular idea. Style is going to be more complex. You might have to sit with a sentence for 20 minutes to sit there and be like, what was, like, oh, this is, plot is far less important. Often literary fiction, there's really not much plot, but there's an exploration of a idea, of a theme, of characters, yada yada. And so it just depends on really how you see yourself falling in the market. And then of course there's all these varieties of speculative fiction, sci-fi, fantasy, horror. This is technically genre, a mixture of genres. It's urban fantasy, it's a bit of horror, it's a bit of romance, it's even a bit of mystery thrillers, but it still would be considered commercial just because the type of language I'm using would be relatively straightforward. I'm not, even if I could write like Toni Morrison, which I cannot, but my approach is different from hers. I'm sort of telling the story in a much more straightforward way. And I wanted to do that just because it's what my writing style is, but I am invested in getting particular ideas out to as massive of an audience as possible, and centering us. Like and what's been interesting, I feel comfortable saying, is that my publishing house has been wonderful. They've been great. I really didn't, there were no like issues like, oh, don't say that, don't, it was whatever. It's been more sort of booksellers and the larger like book establishment that I've had to like be like explaining like, oh, I think you should carry this. Like I had to visit the Barnes and Nobles in Atlanta for them to carry the book. I had to visit in person.
To get them to carry the book.
And it's from a mainstream commercial publisher.
In Atlanta, of all places.
Atlanta. And I was like...
When you read the book, you'll see why he's saying, really, Atlanta? Come on.
Yeah,
So do we have a mic up here for questions? Anyone have any questions? We have, Halia has the mic. Please just state if you're a Howard student, do your Howard introduction and then do your question.
Yes, okay, hello. My name is Fumi Coates. I am a freshman English major of Howard University. And I found this panel to be so interesting because I also write fiction. I'm Yoruba, and I'm also African American. So I like to write fiction stories that kind of intertwine both identities that are also kind of at war, which is also similar to what you're speaking on. And my question has to do with kind of activism through fiction and like storytelling through fiction. I just wanted to know, because I personally think that it's really cool to reflect reality through a fictitious world. There's so much you can do with that. So why do you choose fiction as your medium of activism and storytelling and kind of introducing diverse voices to the masses?
Wonderful question, and also as someone who has all of these different identities swirling, my hope is, I know you said that the identities are at war with each other, and I hope that they find a beautiful peace, because I just suspect that they don't need to be at war. And you're going to find your way of blending everything in a way that works for you, because I that's one thing I know, that those of us who have all these different backgrounds and we have to figure out how to make them work, it's usually on our own terms, and we figure out it doesn't really look, there's not like a lot of guidance on how to do that. In terms of choosing fiction, in many ways it chose me. It's really the form of creative expression when it comes to writing prose where I feel the most like myself. I've written a short book for middle grade and high school readers called The Legacy of Jim Crow, about the history of racist laws in the US. And it was very fulfilling, and I was able to say what I needed to say, but just working on this and being in the realm of speculative narratives, I just feel the most like me. And I've increasingly also made peace with, okay, but I'm still contributing something, because I see folks who, in terms of their activism and how they're pushing for a change, I'm like, well, should I be doing that as well? I was like, no, I think this feels right. And also, no one's quite doing it the way I'm doing it, and so I think that's important. Also, I also have learned that fiction, depending on your approach to it, can be a way of sharing knowledge. As I said, I'm of Panamanian descent. Early reader of the book, she's a young person, also of Panamanian descent. The novel refers to the US 1989 invasion of Panama, specifically the neighborhood El Chorillo, which is where my family is from. And the reader, she had no idea about that. And then she checked in with her family and did research, and she learned all about what had happened. And so it was one of the most heartening experiences to be like right on. And she's a speculative fiction person, so I don't know if she would have found that information if it was just like sort of out there in sort of traditional historical texts. So
So yeah.
Yes, the novel helped me as a historian. I knew about the U.S. invasion of Panama, but I didn't know about Chorrillo and this black community that was decimated. Many thousands were
So they
displaced
say
by it.
there's disagreement. They're not sure how many people actually died. The official death toll, I forget by what organizations, are in the hundreds. Some people say it should be in the thousands, but certainly thousands of people were displaced. And these are people who already didn't have very much.
Far too many for an illegal invasion. Yes.
Oh yes, hello. My name is Pearl Enney. I was a former student at Howard, potentially a future student at Howard, but a lifelong student. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here and grateful for this panel in particular. Y'all's love for each other and brotherhood is so apparent and so contagious, and I'm loving it. Okay, so many things in my head. Okay, first of all, immediately when you said that you're Panamanian, I was wondering if you had attended or gotten to visit the exhibit at Anacostia Community Museum. It was Bridging the Americas, Community and Belonging, from Panama to Washington, D.C. It was up from April 2015 to June 2018.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, I'm bummed. I didn't know about it. So.
I will follow up with you on that. I'm okay, so my good sister, I am also Nigerian, American, and also I wrote down, Clarence, how you said you see things through a diasporic lens, very much all of those things. And when I think about life imitating art and art imitating life, I was curious how the process of writing this book in particular changed how you even see yourself. I feel do you get that question? How the characters start speaking to you, just that whole spiritual process. Yeah.
Sure. I'm someone who, when I'm writing, I do deep dive immersion. I will sit there and write for hours upon hours, and then even when I'm not typing, I'm playing the story over and over in my head and just trying to see what feels right in my heart, what just yeah, that's it. With characters, there was a writer who my former boss at Random House worked with, J. California Cooper, and she was someone who would say, oh, the characters are speaking to me. And I was much younger when I was at Random House, so I was like, oh my gosh, what is she talking about? She's crazy. And it's true, actually. They do start to tell you, oh, this is what I would do, this is who I am, yada yada. And so I totally believe that. It's made me it's been a nice reminder of who I am, what our roots are, how important it is to continue to honor that, celebrate that, and then also to let the characters, particularly with Fonzie, there were things that he's struggling with that I came directly from my history that I've continued to struggle with. And after a while, just as a little bit of a tangent, but I use music to focus also on themes and to create a mood. So I and again, to get into these Panamanian characters, I put on a lot of Toni Braxton and Babyface so I could feel very emotional and be in my feelings and be about yearning and yada yada, yes. And so, and I look crazy because I would be writing and crying and yada yada. But it's true. And but I just needed the characters to not do any literary tricks and be oh, let me try to obscure who they really are, what they're feeling, or when they're in pain, or when they need to be vulnerable. And so going through that process with them, particularly with Fonzie, a lot of his journey being informed by my own, it's almost sometimes okay, the characters have that now. I no longer need to carry that. I no longer need to worry about that. They are carried it, they're carrying it, they're figuring it out, they're going their journey that no longer needs to be my journey. So,
I was going to ask you about whether you write to music and what music you write to. And that was going to be one of my questions. Toni Braxton did not.
A lot of people. I wrote an essay for LitHub that, because my editor at one point in early draft, she's like, the plot, it's done, it's great. Your characters are flat. She's like, it needs to be. You said it was going to be and it's not. They're not hitting me. They're not. And I was like, okay. And
so it's like the big ballads. Because I love Toni Braxton, but I didn't think of it when I was reading this book. But it's the emotional ballads.
What it is. So I've created two playlists. One is, and I'm gonna publicize this soon. One is for Fonzie and Gwendolyn that represents the journey that they would go through, and the others for the Baileys. The Baileys are this older couple. One's Puerto Rican, one's African American from the South, and it's implied they really like to get it on. So they're more sort of jazz and classical, I don't know, salsa, stuff like that. So for Fonzie and Gwendolyn's playlist, it's eclectic. There's a fair amount of the type of R&B they would have grown up listening to. There's a little bit of reggaeton. There's a bit of house. There's Toni Braxton. And I just felt, but again, that's really true to my roots and my family's roots. We kind of would listen to a mixture of things. And the reason why I settled on Toni Braxton and Babyface is because they made music of a time when Fonzie and Gwendolyn, it would have been the music that they would have been heard when they were really young.
And I could also see Fonzie's a little more sentimental, so I could see Babyface.
Right. When
Toni
he was
Braxton,
younger, he would have, and then when Gwendolyn in her teen years, even though Toni Braxton and Babyface might have been a little dated, they would still be in rotation. But what it was, it's really big emotion, earnest music. You don't Toni Braxton's not worried about oh, this is corny, me carrying on about, she's just carrying on.
Rafaela's house music, for sure. Another question?
Hello, thank you for being here. My name is Kari Johnson, history major. I had a question in regards to your, the dynamic between your role as a writer and your role as an editor. How is that experience when you're crafting or creating your work in the capacity as a writer and an editor? Do you find them overlapping? Do you sometimes stop and put an editor in the back seat and, kind of hijack the writing process trying to edit it? Or do you lock in and just continue to write?
Sometimes I can lock in and continue to write, but to be honest, it's a little, sometimes it's also just a little challenging to do that. It's honestly, if I'm really tired and I just know I have to get, it's actually what kind of is happening right now. I just have to get some pages to my editor, then I'm okay, then it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But it's hard for me to let go of sort of the editor's role, just in terms of wanting things to be just so and nice and perfect. I shouldn't say perfect, but just so. Even if it's imperfect, even if it's clearly a work in progress, I do oh my God, I made an error and I said this. And so I do have a sensitivity to those type of things. But I will say, when just generally writing, when trying to figure out ideas or just get prose on the page, the editor's role takes a back seat, just because I'll tell anyone, it's always just way more important to just get the idea on the page and not worry so much about things having to be perfect or just so.
So I'm going to be bossy, and
you be bossy.
Yeah. Can you imagine? I've never been accused of being bossy ever. I want you to close out our session here with a reading that I'm going to choose. Okay. I'm going to have you look at it and just think about it for 10 seconds so you can set it up. And I'm also gonna force you to stand up at the podium to do it, like a real dramatic, like, I want it to be, please, just be dramatic. So page 100, this is Giselda is about to be taken by Madrina, and she's at the hospital. Page 100, that second full paragraph, over the years.
Okay.
And just read to the end of that section, that section to the stars, to the following page. Page 102. Yeah, well, just, yeah? So you don't need time to set up because you wrote the book.
Okay. And just so you know, some of you might be wondering, so there's a character named Giselda as well in the book. And I'm not gonna really say who she is. Maybe it'll be a little bit clear from this passage, but there's a connection to Gwendolyn and Bonzi, and that's all I'll say for now. Over the years, Giselda liked to sit for stretches of time by herself in the chapel, sometimes entranced by an old chipped statue of the Virgin Mary, a statue that for some weird reason reminded her of the faceless lady who occasionally haunted her dreams. The silence of the space was good. It helped her to concentrate, to remember Helena's cocoa butter smell and Mommy's tinkling laughter and Papi's tendency to swivel his hips and break into reggaeton moves whenever he got home. Silence helped her hold on, helped her find the joy within, all that mattered. Even with the loneliness, Giselda became a top-notch student who picked up smidgens of English from the American shows she watched in the orphanage's cracked TV screen. It was her chance to see black and brown people who looked like her, but who weren't poor and forgotten, who walked and talked and pranced like gente gigante, so big, so special and spectacular. Americanos negros bonitos, staff sometimes exclaimed when the television was on. Beautiful black Americans, African Americans, black people who didn't have high-heeled Bobby Blancas snare at them in stores in Panama City and mutter, negrita fea, ugly black girl. Deep down in her heart, that was where Giselda thought she needed to be, among these people where she could walk and talk and prance like a superstar too, to be closer to the pretty black and brown ladies with money. So the arrival of Madrina when Giselda was 12 years old had seemed like a miracle. This boisterous woman in a floral caftan and hoop earrings had swooped into the orphanage out of nowhere, claiming she and Giselda's mother were cousins, that she would never have left Giselda to suffer had she realized the girl was still alive. The first question Giselda had asked her supposed cousin as tears streaked down the older woman's face, ¿Cuál es mi apellido? What's my last name? Rivera, Madrina had said. Giselda's family name was Rivera, and her mother's maiden name was Harewood. Técnicamente somos primas. Use my Spanish, y'all. Pero llámame Madrina, por favor. Technically, we're cousins, but please call me godmother. Giselda nodded, letting the discoveries about her name and new connections sink into her bones. She was a little more complete, finally. On the fourth consecutive day of her visits, Madrina declared to Giselda, Mi amor, nos vamos a America. They were leaving for the States immediately, which seemed impossible, like magic. Giselda would eventually understand enough about the world to deduce that Madrina had bribed orphanage administrators with large wads of cash to send the girl on her merry way with appropriate paperwork. No magic there. Leaving Panama was a blur. Giselda needed only 30 minutes to pack up her scant belongings. A day later, after a night sleeping side by side with Madrina in a hotel bed, the softest, plushest bed Giselda had ever lain on, she was shocked to be on a plane for the first time. There were plenty of Panamanians on board, their familiarity a comfort, but also lots of people speaking English so fast she couldn't keep up. The air in the main cabin had a sour smell, and the turbulence made her stomach churn, but she persevered until they landed in JFK. By the time she'd reached the South Bronx and met Madrina's moody but tolerable son, Fonseca, that's Fonzie, that's his real name, Fonseca, she was relieved. She'd made it. Having someone like Madrina who lavished attention on her, who took her to the hairdresser, who bought her a full 2 weeks of new clothes during Macy's one-day sales, no words. Giselda almost fainted when she got off the 2 train at 34th Street and saw all the people on the street rushing to and fro, their arms laden with bags. Giselda sensed what it must be like to be a princess who could now sport pastel-colored blouses and crisp blue jeans and textured miniskirts at school, who could buy fashion magazines and try to put herself together like the gorgeous black models and actresses she stared at for hours. Giselda held on to the idea she was royalty as she settled among Bronx brown tenements, as she coped with constant noise from overhead trains and sidewalks littered with trash and leering men who reeked of liquor at bodegas. Giselda was no fool. It took her no time to understand this new home of hers wasn't totally safe, that there were plenty of people living here who were also poor and forgotten. So much of what she devoured on that cracked screen back in the orphanage, an incomplete truth. Much later, when she had come into the gift that she suspected might be her birthright, Madrina was treating Giselda less like a fashionista and more like an indentured servant. She would recall her childhood yearnings to be one of the beautiful black people of America. Right before Madrina's death, she was accepted to Wesleyan on a full scholarship, still 17, having had no choice but to use her birth name. She immediately filed the paperwork to have her name changed the day she turned 18, enduring multiple visits to the Panamanian consulate and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. She'd applied to Wesleyan as Giselda Angelica Rivera, but entered as ... And that's all I'll say.
Howard family, please join me in thanking Clarence Haynes. Thank you all for coming. Brother June, do we have some announcements? If not, we'll see you tomorrow for another amazing set of sessions, including a keynote conversation, Jacqueline Woodson with our own Dana Williams. See you tomorrow unless June has something else. Yes. Okay, good. All right.
Yes, so first and foremost, I want to thank everyone for coming to our amazing festival. We hope you had an amazing time. If you are going to the hotel, the shuttle will be waiting outside at 7:30 for the lunch and everything, and then we will start tomorrow with our panel talking about Black fiction at approximately 12 o'clock p.m. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a great day.